Hey everyone, this is your OG, and we're back. Uh, and this is another Godforge live stream. We're back for day 9 of the Alpha Cavern testing wave 2. And so you're seeing we're just farming level 140 for heroes and spirits to push up to 60. Any other heroes that we are needing to finish the last 14 2-star challenges. All right, we got Ramses. So let's go and check out. One. Okay. So rarity. Hmm. So we have a set B5. Okay. That's that. What's that? I thought we had a best that I started building. I must have sacrificed it. I, yeah. Okay. Let's let's try. You know what? Let's just since we are here starting out, let's just try our Fafnir team. Sure everybody's good. He's going to need this one. Drac has got that. Enhance. No do. Okay, so we could farm more of those. Maybe no those. Okay, that could go up. What if we put uh, Zeus's Thunderbolt? We got another Thunderbolt too, so let's go Thunderbolt Enhance. Farm rank up. Okay, boom. All right. So that is still a defensive one, though. Kind of odd. I'm not going to use it for him. You know what? Let's see what. Let's put that on. Let's just see what that does. Drac having that on. Okay, so now we don't need Zeus. We need Aphrodite. She's got accuracy and attack here. Still don't have enough of that. So do we want accuracy and attack? That I think we'd prefer. Crit damage, huh? I think we want that on. Yeah, and we want this on her. Thanks. We want this one on her. And we need legs. Who stole her legs? She had speed or defense? Probably defense, right? defense, speed. Defense. This was the one. Okay, Sphinx is good. Aphrodite is good. Mash. Aphrodite. Heimdall. Heimdall, we need 5 level. Heimdall will go. Okay. Heimdall is good. Sphinx is good. Smash. What do we need for you, Smash? He has enough accuracy and speed, so we really just need to have. Drop his accuracy by 76. Okay, so we want his accuracy. HP. What the heck is not it? Hit damage. Accuracy and defense. Okay. We'll go accuracy and red. Just low level. Who would we imprint? It's to reflect damage with the zero back to the enemy. There you go. So it looks like the best way we could go is to reflect damage back or to do increase. I'm going to go with this one. All right. So we will put, where was it? Thunderbolt. Oh, we could put Mjolnir on it too. Yeah, let's do that. let's do that. Okay, try this. See how it goes. All right, it's in there already. Let it run. So none of our 2-star challenges we're doing seem to be updating on Hell Hades leaderboard. So we got to be in first for a minute, but now it's just not updating. So. Shows me at 208, and I am at 286. 14 to go. What can you do? No bleeds. Oh, that's because I forgot to put Dracula in. What a moron. I am so dumb. Oh my word. I left in Zeus and we didn't put in Dracula. So, whoops. My bad. Let's restart that. Oh, that was silly. Sorry. Couple wasted minutes there. Yeah, I'm like, why don't we have bleeds on? right, here we are. Let's. What's this? There we go. We're back at 4.4 million. And we got a lot of debuffs on him. That is helpful. Really stack up the damage quicker. Vulnerable makes every bleed count for 20% more too damage, so that's huge. The longer he stays under vulnerable, better. will say it feels like this runs a little faster in terms of how fast we've gotten the damage there. That's hopefully a positive sign and looks solid in terms of the auto run. I don't see any glitching yet thus far with Heimdall. But that didn't come into play until randomly, like over 100 million, so it's kind of hard to know when I'm going to start seeing those effects. Wasn't like we were putting any crazy amounts of, like, nothing we were doing was broken. It just kept up a very, like you see here, a fairly consistent amount of buffs that are protecting us and keeping us shielded, and then they're constantly being refreshed every 2 to 3 turns. So, because of the joint attacks and we did it completely auto too. We did not put Aphrodite's core on any one particular, like we would start with Drac, but we didn't do it. Just went full auto. I want to see how it goes. If she gives it to everyone over time, or if not, like I want to see how the AI works on that. Because Drac has, so he has 20 plus speed up and initiative up buffs on him. So that's huge. So she is continuing to do it, and she's continuing to put it on him. But she also put it on Sphinx, it looks like, too. So we will want to make sure that when her turn comes around next time, that we are putting her core on someone different. Okay, there we go. Now it's on Shamash. So we'll see how that does. We may have to drop it down to 1-time speed in a little while, depending on how many buffs. Yeah, 23, 25. Speed up, initiative up buffs. I like how many ultimates we get. That's promising. I'm very happy with this damage output thus far, though. Very much quicker damage ramp up, and I think it's because Aphrodite has got her ultimate more frequently. which is pumping everyone's ultimate more frequently. So looks like Mjolnir was a good fit for her. Would probably want to farm some Mjolnirs. Get that up at least 1 or 2 more levels. But right now, it seems to be doing the trick. And maybe more won't be better. I've seen that. In wave 1, I put more and more and more, and I only was able to post a 95 million score before I kept going too much, and I couldn't post any score. So it would just break the game and cause it to crash. So there is an art of pulling back a little bit short of max, of course. We want to see what the max is. It's fun. Wow, 6 debuffs. I like it. I am very happy with what we're doing here. I'm hoping to put in a 1 billion score. That would be cool. We'll see, though. Maybe I still have some work. I did a lot of ascensions on these guys. There's a few dupes I could get, of course. Could definitely get a duplicate for Aphrodite. Sphinx could use 2 more duplicates for sure. So things I could do to improve it still, but we're down into the last, pretty much day, last 24 hours. So we'll be pushing and trying to, but if we put in a good score here, I probably won't do another Fafnir run. I'll just focus on maxing every hero and doing every 2-star challenge over that. 1200s. Dang, and it's still running though, so that's good, I guess. I've got 35. I've got 35 or 60, 64, 34, 35. Yep, I got 35 on Drac. 24 on Sphinx, and 17 on Shamash. So Heimdall looks to be the only one that hasn't been brought in on the core yet. Maybe I'll do that right now. See if Aphrodite has her core. Nope, one more turn. Right, next turn she'll get it. And we'll make sure we put it on Heimdall. Huh, like she didn't get her turn. core. Put it on this man, and we are good now. Have everybody with it on. When she uses her basic, literally everybody should, yep, join in. Now, Aphrodite, feel free to use your basic at will. All right, we should be good. We are looking good now. We are looking good. Everybody's got speed. Everybody's got initiative up. We are booming. We are booming. I'm happy with this. Definitely the cleanest run I've seen so far. We'll have to watch and make sure that the auto doesn't mess up at any point. But as we get up higher, I'll maybe have to manual it. We'll see. But hopefully not. Keeps refreshing that shield every time. at 20 million. I'm going to go grab a drink of water. Hopefully, I'll come back and we'll be at 200 million. No, it doesn't work that fast. Slow and steady that wins this race. This is the tortoise race. But we're getting 4 divinity steals there. And we have 4 Aminono weapons out. So each hero, it appears, gets 1 divinity steal per turn. But if you have 4 Aminono weapons, that's still between 36 and 40% divinity steal if you don't have them all maxed out, but you're at least at 50. That's a lot of divinity steal. So I think that's what's happening here. And I'm keeping him in his exhausted state for quite a while, but we also don't seem to be doing damage now. I don't know. There we go. Okay. Sometimes Drac, when he hits, doesn't seem like he's doing any damage. Weird. And he's supposed to be stripping the bleeds off for massive damage, but I don't see it. And we're almost holding his turn meter, so he's not taking like all the bleeds he should. Yeah, look, he did 0 damage on that hit. Huh. Something's weird with Drac's ult. I wish I could turn it off. That'd be fun. Like, just turn it off and make it so he doesn't use his ult. We don't have that control yet. I'm going to go get a drink of water. It seems at least like we have enough divinity and enough shields that we're good. Maybe we're not maxed out in all the damage components, but I think the defense and the shielding side of things and the divinity steal is working well. And it's good that we're testing the Aminono weapons as see if they work or not. But it looks like they do. I see divinity steals times 4. And it is keeping his divinity very low and stuck in this exhausted state. Now, we're not exactly pouring on the damage here, which is weird. I'll try to manual it for a second. Maybe we can get ourselves out of this. There we go. There we go. Now, he went back into that state. Okay. So he got a turn. He attacked. We didn't proc any damage. Huh. Wow. So full 30 of bleeds. That is a lot. We are not getting that kind of damage. We're like not getting damage from the bleeds. That's what's weird. The 1% of his HP for the bleeds is like not procking. Yeah, it's when Drac strips him off, like the bleed damage is not being added in. Like we're just doing straight line damage right now. I wonder if we have to put in Achilles instead of Drac. Like, I wonder if Drac's just broken for us here. But I really like Drac's mens, and he clears debuffs off, so he's like a big part of this team. Maybe we'll just have to keep going, and hopefully it'll fix itself. Yeah, he's doing no damage. Drac is messed up, I guess. I would think that the dragon, was taking, maybe in his exhausted form, he doesn't take damage. Oh, wait. Max Okay, we look. Maybe we're moving again. Turn meter reduce. Gain immunity. Turn meter decrease effects until their next turn. So it's per hero. Yep, it is per hero. Absolutely is. I read it that way now too. But for some reason, damage is not proccing for the 30 bleeds we've got on him right now. Are we too strong in some way? Are we taking away too much turn meter? So that he's not getting enough turns to proc the bleeds? Or where's the bleeds coming off here? Vulnerable, resistant. How is he resisting all these bleeds? He is, oh, well, so at least we're at 25 million. Okay. That's so strange. Or is he, what is he resisting? There's no way he's resisting the bleeds. There we go. The bleeds are coming off. I see him. Okay. All right. All right. It's just taking a long time. With 92. Oh, we could do a Percival build with this. I might have to. I might have to max out Res Percival and try it. It definitely doesn't seem like we're doing damage. It's weird. Damage gets like stuck. There we go. See if it's just auto that's doing this. Maybe auto's too much for it. It can't keep up. Nah. We'll just go to 1x speed. We have a lot of buffs on, so I get it. Alright, well, at least we're... He is not... Drac is broken. He's almost too good, I think. Resist. How is it resisting all the bleeds and not doing damage? Drac has very high accuracy, so there's no way he should be resisting all these bleeds. Hmm. Hmm. Something is definitely broken here. This is slow. It's not working right. Definitely does not seem like it. worried that none of the bleeds are doing anything. This is just going to be a long, long fight right here. All right, I'm going to do one thing real quick and just to test it, just to play with it. Something I've really wanted to do. So let me see where Percival's at. Percival, where you at? Let's upgrade you. Send. Oh, we need. Okay, so we need 48. This is down 90 polished. Let's promote. All right, so let's. Okay, so we need to go 39. Come on, Zeus, keep your weapon on you at all times. What are we giving you, Zeus? Defense. All right, do that. We're gonna go. Zeus. Sphinx. Smash. And push up Ra. Oh, wait. Let's do Gilgamesh first. That works. One 48. What do we need here? Time down. See if we get one meal there. One or two. And I want to see if I can beat this level easy enough. Let's see what 148 is. Only too rare. 3.3 million damage. That's a fun one. Nice. 2 horses are no fun. Plus you have this Join Attack Jumbo Package. All right, one more wave. Get the totals, got to go first. See if they do the right thing. The divinity. Yep, gets a photo first. That's good. Oof. Okay, almost. All right. That brought him back. We're going to do it again. Without dying. All right. There's a shield, so we're not going to die. Will we beat them before they can beat us? I think so. All right, come on. Let's get Quetzalcoatl down. There we are. Aphrodite next. Raw and Bastet. Oh, just missed. But we'll do it easy enough. Oh, we got one more. Aha! All right, so Shamash is tricky and Sphinx. Those are the two we're going to want to focus on first. Let's see what they do. We have ults like crazy, so we should be able to take out probably Smash. Yeah. Oh, just barely missed. But we have enough. Okay, Smash is down now. Sphinx. Field Divinity. Nice, we pulled his ult back. Okay, so we don't want to keep attacking Sphinx now. But we can AoE everyone. Now she's down to 1% with her Immortal. And we're knocking her Immortal down each time. So we hit her, I guess. Yep. Yep, there it goes. Yeah, so we knocked it down. She lasted the 3 turns, or 3 hits. Not 3 turns, 3 hits. There it is. 148. Let's get a Mjolnir, huh? That would be nice. Ladies, sure. Okay, that was 331. Let's let that run for a bit. I think it's going to be pretty easy to do. See if we get some good weapon drops. Well, that is the case. I'm going to go fill my water. Right back. Hi, baby pupper. Don't be growly pantsing. Don't be growly pantsing now. I want it. one finished. Oh, sure, we're okay. I gotta go water on. Love you guys. Good job. Thank you for being. Okay. Little critter. Fired up. Into the final phase. Oh. Deuce is doing almost 1,000,000 damage by himself. What a beast. So the immortal takes down once per round, not once per hit. Cool. Okay. Or once per turn, not once per hit. Good to know. Good to know. Oh, a Macahoodle. Oh, attack, attack. Nice. Actually, he'd be a perfect candidate for the Macahoodle. This is the defense one. Attack. Enhance. Oh, not the end of the world. Where's my Macahoodle? Where did it go? Give me my Macahoodle. Oh, this one. Put it on. And then we'll go with. No, it's tagging that. Firm. Alright, so what did we get? Level. Burping. Burping. Got 1, 2, 3. We could put the Heka on. I don't know that we'll get up enough. It'll be better. Who has the highest res? Res 35. Res 35. So we got to. That's what we got to do. Okay. Let's go to way back to 75, I'd say. 65 or 75. It was 85. Yeah, 85. Okay, so we need 48 raw. And we need who's coming in on this attack? Angu, or are we going? Yeah, let's go this way. Get him up that to 60. Hey, be good and stop that. Gunner, knock it off. Stop bugging him. Stop bugging Sammy. Don't be a little bugger. Gunner. Come on, bud. You're a good boy. Leave Samson alone, okay? Stop bugging him. So we're at 82 polished. Now, 48 raw. Should be able to get this not too long. Hell, the wisdom ones were dropping like crazy when I was trying to get Eternal. So you watch. We'll get all Eternal here. But I still need the Eternal, so joke's on you. To go for the person. Nubis will be helpful here. Buff. Alright, debuff. That works too, Zeus. That works too. Overwhelming firepower. Extreme forms of violence. Wow, we just rocked Yetsukoto's world. to 10. 10 polished. Now down to 72 on that. We're getting something every time here, which is good. What you want. It's what you want. I mean, you can't always get it that way, but if you can, you want it. It's the most efficient. If you pull in something you need every single time. It's hard to know sometimes. What do I need again? You know, how much of each of it? How much is it per hero? I'm gonna be providing you guys a cheat sheet for the Alpha Wave 3 that will help you with that kind of stuff, so that it will just basically automatically fill in how many alchemy stones this hero requires, that hero requires. We're actually building it into a dashboard for you on the ravenpyros.com and a new Scrolls of Anubis website, so you'll be able to use it for Wave 3 to help you, just navigate 2-star challenges, figuring out how to build teams, who does what, at what level of awakening, and what stat requirements do you need, stuff like that will help you. Eight more. That's 64 polished. And at this level, we're actually having a harder time getting the raw, but that's okay. We'll just drop down once we get our polished to an even lower level, farm it even faster. And we will in no time have Percival ready for a max res DPS roll run with our team. I'm kind of excited. It doesn't look like it's breaking, so we might actually get to see what he does with 100 buffs on him in terms of damage. And because Drax bleeds just weren't working, or like it was not proccing for damage, Drax was not proccing for damage anytime he hit, I'm like being forced to either put in Achilles, who's not really built, he's only at a 50, or Percival, who I think might be able to do it via res, just straight line damage based on the number of buffs he gets on it. So I did get about 100 buffs on, of 100 of speed up and 100 of initiative up on each hero, or at least 3 or 4 of them. So if I were to put that on that core on him every time and really power up his buffs, I think he can hit hard. I mean, I think I've done the math, and it looks like he'd scale to pretty good numbers for hits, but I want to see. So we're going to build him out here real quick. We're kind of taking a mini side quest, picking up a little adventure I went on in Wave 1, and trying Percival for his res multiplier and see how that works. So let's see if we can get the last 64 polished and 48 raw wisdom alchemy stones, because we need to get his passive unlocked for sure. That's a big piece of it. Oof! What a hit! What a hit! Let's see if Gilgamesh is going to be up at 60 yet. How many can we subtract? How many? None for that one. 112, minute 12, not bad. Gilgamesh is not at 60 yet. Okay. We have room. We have runway for him. There could be a faster option for farming this than him, but the seconds are barely going to make a difference in the long run. I'll just keep pushing Gilgamesh up, because I'd probably waste the seconds upgrading his XP after we're done. So it's kind of 6 of one, half dozen to the other. As long as it's a fast enough run, as it's not like lagging and taking 3-4 minutes per run, then we're good. How many can we subtract this time? None. Are you? Hey, be good. Stop your barking. Stop your barking. This is not your radio show. Actually, it kind of is. It's a puppy show. Optimized Gaming is a puppy-owned company. Puppy-owned gaming company, yeah. Are you guys all about playing games and running around having a good time? I think so. You're young at heart, and that's what the gaming idea is supposed to optimize gaming, is to be a better gaming experience for you. Enjoyable, not only not only in that it's challenging and complex and in depth, but also that it's rewarding and it gives you what you want from that gaming experience or from what you put in. That is vitally important. Can't give without getting back anything for a long period of time. It's unsustainable. So this is our philosophy, the OG philosophy, and it is about to whoop Quetzalcoatl's butt. Get down, get down. I still love how they all fall different ways, or they have different like death idols, I guess you'd call it maybe. How they fall down, how they are defeated. Kind of cool. They're not all the same. Each hero, I don't know if they're all each individual, but they're definitely very individualized. Oh, we got 14 less of that, so we have 34 to go raw, 64 polished. Yes, here we go. Here we go. Now we're getting close. Getting close. Okay. -6, that's 58 to go. us to go. This is the final push. We are trying to build up Percival and see what we can do. Oh, that's a good one, but not exactly what we were looking for. We really could use the wisdom, the blue ones, if you would. We need 34 raw, 58 polished. Okay, 12. That's nice. We got 22 raw, 58 polished to go. We're almost we're halfway down the raw. We're almost halfway through the polish. So not bad, not bad. Not bad RNG rates, I would say. It is better for wisdom than it is for eternal. It's a bit harder to get eternal. So that makes it hard across the board because it's hard at every level to get eternal. And there's nowhere where you can just be like, okay, I just need to get some raw eternal, for these crazy 75, first ascensions for Legos that are eternal. So you get a bunch, you could have a bunch of them. They're great, but it's hard to get them all, their passives unlocked if you trying to farm that. All right, let's do this. Let's do this, Zeus. Crazy critter. Yes. Oh, no wonder why. Ah, open the window. All right. Hey, everybody. This is the first time I've jumped on. It's just been jumping around a lot, so I didn't want to be having to continue to put it up, put it down. Remember to put it up, put it down. Okay, there we go. Now we're down to 10 of the raw. That's very nice. But yeah, I just didn't want to have it up, down, because I was up, down, up, down, up, down a lot. So doing a lot of different things today. Just didn't want to be tied to the video. Sorry. And I was farming a lot to get through some of this energy and make sure that we have what we need to make some of the final pushes on Fafnir and on the 2-star challenges. So those will be the things we're working on over these last 20 hours as we push hard to the finish tomorrow morning. Gunner, be good, buddy. Stop bugging everybody. I see you over there. All right, let's see it. We could get the last 10 raw. We could get some towards the polished 58 that we have. Ooh, 12. Okay, so we are good on raw. Just need 58 more polished. I'm wondering if that's going to be enough just to get his passive unlocked at least. And maybe the 4, 5, 6 ascensions don't matter near as much. We'll have to stop it after this one and take a look. That would be nice if we could just kind of push past this farming. So we have a few more steps to get through. We have to farm at least two more Aminono weapons to push up the Aminono res weapon we have that we'll put on him. Um, we need to farm Azumu Godsteel rare and epic for that to push up that weapon, I'm sure. And then we also will need Broomhild's imprint so that he can place Blaze and do some kind of point damage as well. I don't know if Bleed's not working, so I'm going to go with Blaze. And we don't have any sort of imprint that lets him put Bleed. So there's imprints that let him like do things if Bleed is on, but we won't have a Bleed hero because he'll be replacing Drac, who is just like not working apparently, and his Bleeds are not doing any damage. Even though I've got 30 Bleeds maxed out at all times on Fafnir, it's not working for some reason. So okay, let's go to Percival and see what we can do in terms of getting him fully built. Percival, okay. Upgrade. Ascend, my dear friend. 40, 26, 30, 34. Okay. So he is... How much did we need for the last? 34. Okay, so he needs 12 more. 12 more polished. And he gets 5 more red, so that's worth it. So let's go back and just do another one. See if we can't get 12 more polished. Then we may jump up to the higher level. Might have an easier time getting it. Got our little hoagie snacks, hoagie bait. We are. All right. How we doing? We got what we need here. Did we get our 12 polished? Just give it to us on this one so we don't have to do anything else. Hey, you two, be good. Stop growling at each other. Hey, Connor, stop bugging him. Come on, I see you. 14. Okay, so let's go to a higher level. 85, not 95, not 105. 15, yeah. Okay. Let's do this one. We still need 12 polished. 12 polished. Pond from the local Latino store. So looking good. Some good pond. Very good. They just opened up nearby in the next town over, and I really like their selection. It was small. They were just starting out, but I think they'll do well. I hope they'll do well. I've seen people, in and out of it too. So it's got a good location. It's got parking. So all good things. I wish the best for it. I certainly tried to go and give my patronage, buy from them. Yeah. Here we go. So we got mummies galore, which is pretty nice. Juice runs right through them. There it is. That's what we needed. All right, let's go. Send. Now he's at 5. Okay. Let's promote. I have his info? It did not. Huh. Right. 51 epic. What is needed to rank that up to 4-star? Right. Let's go. Thought we had a res. Oh, right here. That's the one. Hey, be good, babies. There we go. We need 3 res there. HP. HP accuracy, HP attack. Right. Defense. Accuracy. Need accuracy. Let's see. HP attack res. Random buff. Maybe random buff. We don't need the stun, so it's not important that he has any accuracy at all. Right. Doesn't need the accuracy. Defense, crit. Try to go full res first. Full res. Okay, so his resting res is 201 right now. Now he has a 40% buff res increase on himself, so we gotta remember that. 40% in battle. We aren't gonna run an Isis or a... Oh, we guess we could run Sphinx in the lead instead of... Oh, maybe Sphinx beater bonus. He doesn't need accuracy, right? So we gotta take that off. Res. Boom, that's what he needed. He needs res here too. Res. HP, he does need HP too, but it really fun to max him out res. This gives him 276 res. Alright, let's try that. That's 276 res. 178 speed. Let's go farm this one. And get ourselves 2 more Aminonos and some Azuma Godsteel. We'll be almost ready. We just got to get him to 60. That's the only thing left. So maybe we'll have to farm 140 for a minute. Get some 5 stars or some Legos we don't need. Sounds so pretentious, but I mean, we've been playing a lot. We're very end game. We'd be years in at this point. Kind of where we are with Raid, I'd imagine. Where I have very few heroes I could get that would excite me because nothing's gonna really make that big of a change to the account except for mythicals, and chances of getting those are just don't even get your hopes up. I mean, what's funny is I have 4 mythicals in the Raid account, but one lady, oh man, I'm forgetting their names, but yeah, the one that you can put together, you can basically fuse. I did that one, and then I got Looper Fang, and I got Nias the Shadow Thief. I pulled those both in the same week. It's not working. So it's funny. Drac isn't proccing for any damage. His bleeds are not doing any damage, and he's not doing any damage. He comes in, he hits, and the damage does not change at all. So something is messed up with Drac, and none of the bleed damage. So like we started out on fire, and then at 25 million something changed, or 20 million something changed, and his bleeds stopped doing damage. And I had a lot of buffs on everyone, so I don't know if that's why. So I'm pivoting, and I'm building out my res-based damage dealer in Percival, because Aphrodite is getting all those buffs on everyone. I'm going to try him with the his res increases by 10% for every buff he's under, and I'm starting him with like a 300 to 400 res build. So you can see me, I'm building, or I was building it out just a few minutes ago, and so we're gonna get his last few pieces in place for him. A few more Aminono weapons to roll up his that has res on it, so it gives him a little bit more. And then we gotta get a little bit of Zoom of Godsteel to do that. And then after that, we just gotta get him from 50 to 60, and he's ready to rock and roll with the team. And I'm gonna try him in there and see if we can. Yeah, his damage should be coming from his bleeds, but it's not. And so like, as the bleeds, you know how they come off of Fafnir when he does his turn and it goes bleed, 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 bleed. It's not doing that. It's going blocked, 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 blocked. So I don't know how he's blocking my 30 bleeds. I think 30 is the max you can get on there. I opened the little info thing. I managed to figure out how to open it, and it's always had 30 bleeds, no more. And so I think you max at 3 stacks of 10 against him, so that it's like 30% per turn you could possibly take from him. But that's definitely not what's happening. You're not getting 30% of his HP down each turn. That would be nuts. So I'm definitely not seeing bleeds work right. So what I'm doing to pivot is Percival, and I'm putting Percival with a weapon, the Aminono weapon with Broomhild's imprint on. So when he's attacked under Radiance, which he puts on himself, he puts a blaze, like puts blaze automatically, like a Drex star on the enemy that attacks him. So I'm just gonna have to use him for his res damage multiplier and blaze to try to see what I can do to Fafnir. With the other parts of the team all seem unkillable, but Drac like isn't doing damage, so it's like the team is just sitting there forever doing a great job, and we're not like building our. I went from like 18 million to 25 million in like the time it took me to go from 0 to 20, so it was really weird. It just stopped applying bleed damage, so I'm gonna try a different route. Yeah, I know it like increases his divinity to get blaze on him, but I'm taking so much divinity that I had him like trapped in his exhausted state, and he couldn't get out of it. I trapped him in there, and I just kept stealing. Yeah, I know he gains more and then freezes the opposite, but I want to see if it's offset by the 4 Aminono weapons I'm bringing, or yeah, I think it'll be 4 Aminono weapons I'm bringing to the fight. So I want, because I'm getting Divinity Steal per hero, and as I read it, that's how I think it should work. I think it's each hero, each turn gets Divinity Steal against him once. And that's it. Because I'm watching, see, you see it right here, increases, decreases divinity, increases, decreases divinity. That's because they have the Aminonos on them. That's what it does. So I see it proc times 3 or 4, depending on how many Aminonos I have in the fight. So each hero, each turn is stealing divinity. And that seems to be the way it reads too, now that I like look at it. Yeah, it like he just stops doing damage. It's everything is working perfectly just fine, but the bleeds are not doing any damage, and they're going block, 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 block. And I'm like, how are you blocking bleeds? He has like 225 or so accuracy, more than that maybe, and like you're not blocking his bleeds. So it's doing something buggy. I just can't get. This is how wave 1 went for me too. I had too powerful of a team, and I kept breaking it. So I'm going to try my Percival team, because at least the high number of buffs hasn't been slowing the game down or breaking it as much. So maybe that team will actually work this time, where Percival gets a 10% res bump for every buff he is under. And that can 100, 200 buffs, that can start to get crazy. So I did like the calculations out on a spreadsheet to like how many buffs each. So like the team puts like 11 buffs every turn on him. And like something like that, and he puts 4 on himself between his ultimate and his core. So like it's impressive how fast he can really ramp up damage if it works the way it reads and it says. Man, can't get this Aminono right now. It's okay, I got plenty of energy. It's just a matter of time now. We're running down on time. Because that was my big issue, was my team was all built around Aphrodite last time. And I had her with so much initiative and so much initial divinity from Mjolnir that she just put too many buffs, too many, like 4 or 5 times she was going between every turn for Fafnir. And now with the Aminonos, like it's even more broken, because we just hold him like back. He just can't get turns, and he can't. It's crazy. So we have turn meter steal and divinity steal, and so no, it's no actual copies, but the number of buffs I think is what it should calculate by, because that's how it reads. It says by the number, like res goes up 10% or per buff on them, and if you have 30 bleeds, or 30 stack of bleeds, that's 30 different buffs, you know, or debuffs, you know. So it's like having initiative up 100 times is 100 buffs on you, and having 100 initiative up and 100 speed up from Aphrodite is 200 buffs on him. So we'll see how it does. Maybe he's doing a 500,000 damage every hit, or it just keeps going up, you know. Maybe he'll just keep ramping up, scaling up. So I just want to test him. He just didn't work in the first wave. He broke it froze the game, and we couldn't do anything. So I'm gonna see if this time, if I can get him to work. I just gotta finish building him out. I honestly figured they were gonna nerf Aphrodite's ability to do this, and so I didn't even really build her this way again. I had her built with like 250 initiative and Mjolnir, as so like another 300 or 350 initial divinity, and it was just broken, and it like slowed the game down so much. But I guess it's still somewhat working. I didn't even know. I kind of gave up on it. I'm like, oh, they're gonna fix this, like, so I didn't want to try putting all my energy on a strategy that might be completely nerfed by the time I get there. Because I didn't go the Emmy no weapon way. I had like one or two, but I didn't go farm five of them in the first wave. I knew about it and we were talking about it, but I was like, I like the World Splitter. I like Mjolnir. I like getting. I was pushing Divinity. That was like my thing on wave one, was to like, okay, you give us this initiative Divinity system. Let me see what it can do. Let me max that out. Let me play with that as much as possible. I know what speed does. I played raid, and so that was how I attacked wave one. Was let's go initiative and let's get their ults fast. Let's see what this does. Um, and it was fun. But that's why I was so familiar with Aphrodite, because I got her my first Lego, and I was like, wow, this is nuts. Like, she is crazy. Because one person would go, she would get her ult. One person would go, she'd get her ult. One person would go, she would get her ult. And it would just keep going like this. It was nuts. Yeah, and if you don't have it and you don't need it, like, because you have it's unkillable, maybe I have to take them off for it to work. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be shocked. I have other weapons. That's why I'm doing a little bit of Oh, did I just get one? Yeah, I just got one. I didn't even notice. Perfect. One of the two we needed. But so I have another I have the screen up on the side here, so I could it's got a delay. So I was like, "Oh, okay. I just got one. I missed that." But okay. Drac has the Thunderbolt. I was, and I've tried a few different things with Drac, trying to like play with imprints and weapons and stuff. But like I said, I just don't understand why his bleeds weren't working. I don't know if it's just something I should close out of the game and maybe restart it and see if it's fixed. But that's been the last couple runs with Drac, and I've been like excited to go for like a 500 million. I feel like the team is there, and then it just stops working around 75 to 125 million, and doesn't it just breaks and then it fails, and I'm like, I don't feel like that was accurate. It's awesome that you could do it without the divinity steel, though. That lets us know there's more than one way to skin the cat. We don't have to go this route, so it's powerful. Okay, so Sphinx gives us 60 res to be in the lead. We'll give up speed, but I think we're okay on that because Aphrodite is pumping it. Let's see if we can get one more amino. Okay, so that 276 base res. That's not even like specialty gear either. 40. Well, and then that plus 60 would give you. Okay, 276 plus 60 will give you 336. And then 336 times 0.4 plus 336 will give you 470 res in battle. Therefore, you'll get basically 47 res per buff. That's huge. So 47 res per buff times, let's just say 200. That's 9,400 res plus 470. So he'd have almost 10,000 res times. So he'd be doing a 20. That'd only be a 20,000 hit, I guess. Maybe he's not going to do it. We'll have to see how the blaze helps him. And if he, I mean, he does get a lot of other buffs too. So maybe if we can keep him going for longer, you have 1.4 billion, 6+ hours. That's the only thing I didn't want to do though, because now I wouldn't have been able to farm and I wouldn't be able to do the other stuff. So I've only like sparingly tried to do the Fafnir fights because I knew it was going to be a real investment if I got over a certain level, and I was like, crap, I don't want this to end until I can get as high as possible, and then I'd be stuck. So I may not get another Fafnir run in. I think I'm like in 52 or something like that, but I'm happy with that 255. That is pretty solid for me, and more my speed is like getting all the 2 stars done, breaking down all the levels, helping people on how to do them all and max them out. That's more interesting to me than I know some folks like that long battle. Oh, we did it. We got the last one, but it's not as much my favorite, not as much my part of the game that I love. I like building a team and then like trying them, but like auto and getting the results back. I'm a little lazy, I'd say, maybe in that part, in that department. All right, where are you, Percival? You're getting all the attention, big guy. All right, let's go right here, right now. We don't need the Godsteel. Good. Awesome. We didn't have to farm Godsteel. Oh. We need just another 9 Zumu. That's all. So right now he has 289 base res, and we're going to work on getting that to 300 by 130, not 129. Nope, that's not it. 139. Yeah. All right. Let's go this way. Make sure we do it. We just need legendary. 12, I'd say. I think it was like 12. Yeah, it's definitely an unkillable team. So you just gotta. That's why I'm thinking if Percival puts Blaze on in a passive way, could be a way to really max out his damage, and it would be a workaround for me other than using Achilles, who I'm pretty sure has been fixed. So like, even though he's putting a lot of bleeds and stuff, I'm not sure that bleeds are fixed. And that would be. I would hate to build him up because he's at 50 and Percival's at 50, so it's like I had a choice. Who do you spend the time with right now building out and go with, or, and who doesn't get chosen? So I decided to go Percival because I feel like it's more interesting. Maybe Achilles is the better choice, but, and I used Achilles like wave 1. I got him at level 10. So I love Achilles. He was awesome. He helped me so much. Even in wave clearing, even though he's not that great at it, but early on, like having him jump and come out and just wipe one person out was pretty fun. It was nice to be like, he was a sniper. I couldn't take out the whole wave AoE, but he was a fun sniper when you wanted to pick exactly which hero or enemy to take out. All right, let's clean the clocks here. Sleeping. 2 Drax. Ain't no thing. Ain't no thing. All right, we need some legendary Izumu Godsteel. That's not legendary Izumu Godsteel. That is epic. All right. At least we know we can farm it pretty well. We'll just watch and see if we get what we're looking for. You don't always get what you want. You can try sometime. You might find you get what you need. We're loopy. It's the last day. Last 24 hours. I have definitely not slept 24 hours in the last 10 days. That has not happened. But it was fun. It wasn't as buggy as the first one, so that was good. Still not fair in terms of like a contest and leaderboard and all that, but steps in the right direction at least. They only got 10 days till the next wave. It's going to be crazy. I mean, they did a lot. I will say they did a lot on the between the last two, but what's nuts is like they do it all in like the first 2 or 3 days, like this weekend and into like next week, and then they freeze it and then they test it for a few days before we launch on next Wednesday or the Wednesday after. So yeah, it's like pretty fast. They don't actually have the full 10 days to do work on it. They have to have it done and freeze the build a few days before to test and make sure it's actually working properly. So they only really have about 3 or 4 days of dev time to do bug fixes, and then they gotta go with what they gotta go with. So it's gonna be real interesting to see what happens on the third wave and what people are able to put up for numbers. I mean, I kind of feel like they want the leaderboard, like they want the top 5 to be over 1 billion, but maybe just barely over 1 billion. I don't think they want the top 5 to be, or the top 15 to be over 10 billion. Just because of how long it takes to run those runs. I think they're trying to discourage that if they can by nerfing some of the broken pieces that allow us to do those things, which is fine. That's what we're pushing them out there for them to see, is what is broken, what can we do with it. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if they can make it fair. Hopefully the leaderboards are working now, and I can like compete for number 1 on the 2-star challenges. That'll be my goal. I don't want to necessarily go to Vegas, but I wouldn't mind like just competing on the 2-star challenges. I find that fun because you got to really build a very diverse account, and you got to have certain gear in mind. It's very strategic, so I like that. And of course, next wave will at least be taking things seriously in terms of resources and commodities. I won't be putting Quetzalcoatl's imprint on somebody just to see if it works, or stupid things like that, which it hasn't worked yet. I don't know. So, and now I don't know. That one hasn't worked. Yeah, it is down to the wire now. Down to the wire. So I'm trying to get Percival built up. That will be exciting to see if we can have his res really maxed out. We're nearing a 300 base res, so that's good. That's where I'd like to be. We didn't go crazy. It's not like I had like the greatest res gear. I took the best stuff I had, and it's okay. It's like I said, we're almost at 300 res. Not bad. And then he'll put a 40% res up on himself. We'll put Sphinx in the lead instead of Aphrodite, so we'll lose the speed, but we'll get the res from that. 60 res, and then he should have about 500 res, which will give him 50 res per buff increase. So every 100 buffs would be a 5,000 res increase to him. In continuing to grow, I guess. All right, we are not getting the God Steel we need. What's going on here? What's going on? Give us the God Steel. I would also like some more Mjolnirs to push up Aphrodite's weapon a little, give her more initial divinity, but I also wonder if it might break it too much, like she may have too much divinity, or there's no gain to having more divinity because of... so how much res does he have? We need nine more. That's how many we need. 9 more Lego Izumu God Steel. Only 9. But we haven't seen him drop in a minute. Let's see, where does 1.4 billion drop into rankings? So you are in 19th place now. 1.53, and you'll be in 18th. And actually, if you get to 2 million, you'll get to 15th place. So you're doing really well. Doing really well. So if you get to 2 billion, 2 billion, not 2 million. If you get to 2 billion, you'll be in 15th. That's crazy. There's 24 people over a billion. That is absolutely nuts. Crazy. I hope Percival can do what I think he can do. Oh, let's do that. Yeah. Okay, well, that's the right variety, but not the right faction. At least we would get 25. 9 would be enough if we got one drop. Let's see. We're not far off, though, so that's good. We got 2 Aminonos. We'll have to look at what the res bump is. Let's see. I have a res calc here. So we have base res. Does seem like the world splitter with res would be the best way to go for Percival, but I don't have it built, so I will have to do what I have to do. So he has 289. It's base res 289. Again, the wrong type. Well, So at 250 buffs on him, he'll be doing 25,000 damage just from his res multiplier alone. So maybe he could be doing a 100k hit. I don't know if this will make him worthwhile, but with a blaze, we're going to see. Over time, with an unkillable team, he may be able to put up a pretty good amount of damage. We're going to have to test this. We are looking for the last 9 legendary Azumu Godsteel to finish pushing up his weapon to 50 at least, so that we can have the about 300 res on him. Got a little bit more last time with the World Splitter with res on it, but I'd have to go farm and build a full one. Ah, man, we are getting Virage legendary like it's cool. Just need one Azumu drop like that. Come on now. Come on. Let's see the drop. Let's see the 9. Zumu, legendary. Here we go. Here we go. Come on. We've seen way too much Virage. We need to see a Zumu. Nope. No, it says you getting only Virage. Okay, 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 man. 2 minutes of run. We're gonna run for it. We gotta get a little bit more res on him. I want to get at least 300 base res, which I think will give him about 500 in battle res. Be good. 300 gives him 504 in battle res. Yeah, so I want to get the 11 base res for him. Ultimately, even if we could try and farm another world splitter with res on it, and that would be most ideal, I think. But the Aminono is important to helping him offset the blaze he puts on. But we'll see. Maybe we can get away with the world splitter and having more. I think it's like 70 res for the world splitter plus 12% stat boost. So that really kicks up his res over 400 now. And then we're doing even more damage. So it might be worthwhile for us to get a world splitter res. We only have a HP percentage world splitter, but I might have to go farm a world splitter res for him. and that could be part of what we do to build up the XP and get the heroes to use for food to farm him or to push him up, refine him, or I'm sorry, promote him up to 6 stars. We need him at 60, of course. I guess we could even do a couple quick targeted uh, gear hunts for a key piece for him or two. If we look at his kit, if we could get res on res, and we have increased damage on his ultimate, but I almost don't know, or I think no, we switched it over to just res, so we can look and see if there's a better res piece we can get. I think we have pretty. Oh man, we are just struggling here. It's all Virage, all the time. It's funny how certain factions just drop so much and others don't. But like, I don't really use. I mean, I have a blood sword for Dracula pushed up. That's like the only one of the only weapons for Virage. So it's like I don't need Virage stuff because there's not that many weapons to push up in that faction. But it's an easy way to keep you from getting too many Aminonos and having them all built to 60. I mean, I still managed to pretty much do that anyways. But and if that had been my only focus, and if I had been very uh, you know, disciplined to that, I would have gotten 5, fully six tier or level 60 weapons. But I didn't think it was super important to get the last 1% of Divinity Steel, and worth me taking the time to go farm the God Steel and everything to do it. So I just didn't. I kept them. I have one at 60, and I have the rest at like 50 or 6 star, but not all the way up. Let's see if we can't get the 9 legendary Azumu God Steel that we need to be done with this farming, part of this farming. Yeah, if I have him at 400 base res, that puts him at 644 and about a 8,000 damage increase per hit. So definitely could be worth it. Oh man, can't buy a bucket. Let's try. Let's see. What if okay. So at 600 base res, having almost 900 having over 920 res in battle, he would do 50,000 per hit. Not terrible. I don't know if that would make a dent, but maybe over time and with the blaze. So we'll see how long the blaze stays on. I think Fafnir takes it off him anyway. Well, it's not the right rarity. We need the legendary, please. at least we're getting XP. So that's going to help us to pushing him up to 6th star and pushing up the food heroes we need. Pretty sure we have enough gold. It's just a matter of having enough XP to make 550s. I don't know if we have any already. I don't think so. I don't think we had any built. So I think we have to build 550s for him. And that's one of the other pieces. We can farm 140 here for a little bit as well. That'll give us hopefully 4 and 5 star spirits and make it easier to push him up. And heroes too. Sometimes you'll get extra legendaries, and that's a 5-star spirit right there. I've now gotten like 8 or 9 Hondas total. And since there's only certain imprints that are kind of meta, I played around with a bunch, but there's a reason why these ones are the best, and I haven't found anything that supplants them, or takes them out or is better than that. So we're just rolling them into 5-star chickens and pushing up the other heroes we need. That's what we're up to. Now, I thought we had everybody kind of at 60 that we needed, but then track stopped working or wasn't working. Bleeds weren't working, so now we're going to try to switch to a Blaze team, which I've never done before, using Percival as a res damage dealer. That's not been something I've done successfully yet, so we'll see. A lot of great optimism around it. But first, we got to get the pieces to push Percival up so that he can even do the job. And max out and do damage at least. All right, come on. 9 legendary Azumu. Come on, 9 legendary Azumu Godsteel. No. Still no. At least we're not hurting on energy. And these are running 100%, so we're converting very efficiently, very quickly. 2-minute runs, roughly. Not bad at all. Hopefully we can just get one of these to give us that Azumu legendary Godsteel. It's giving us 100 Virage legendary Godsteel, which we don't need, but yeah, can't get the Azumu legendary Godsteel to drop. It's been a little bit tough to get. Ooh, cracking the necks. All right, there we go. Putting that ultimate up at the beginning every time. That's his A5. That is his awakening level 5, and it is beast. You want it. It might be the most impactful awakening in the game. Like, hands down, it's crazy. Just him getting to 5 is so much. So much. Heyo, let's see it. One more. Come on, Azumu. Legendary. Godsteel. You can do it. Still did not get it. 143. It seems like we're whittling our time down now, so that's good. All right. It's just giving us experience. Just keep reminding yourself. Giving us the experience we need to level him up. So it's doing something we need anyways. It's just not getting. I think we have enough of the spirits. So it's just about having enough XP to do it. So this is all good. We'll wait until we get what we're looking for, which is the 9 legendary Azumu Godsteel. It eludes me. But not forever. Oi, still not getting it. Still not getting it. 4.2 million. You know what? We're gonna go see if we can at least push him up. Please push him up. Oh, and we don't need the Azuma God still. What are we doing? Because we're gonna build him a world splitter anyways, right? All right, let's push him up. We have 5. No, we need 5 5s. Okay, let's do it. Let's go this way. You, sir, would you like to be a 5? Come on, you've got what it takes. Oh, we don't have any 4 stars. Huh? Okay, let's bring you all to 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2. Okay. Okay, we're short. We came up just short on this one. All right. Not bad. So we got 2. We're about halfway there. Let's go to 128. What was this one? Thunderbolt. 118. Blood Sword. 108 is Amy No. 98 is World Splitter. We don't need you, Heimdall. Not on this one. We are going to go L, full blast. Full blast, Looney Batoony. Hitting hard. Oof. All right, we need a World Splitter with reds here. Yeah, we need a World Splitter with reds. Nope. So 102. do. That'll do. Doesn't have accuracy. But it is no worries, Zeus says. I got you. Oh, Zeus knocks himself out, and we come back. Thank you, Shamash. Thank you. Zeus doesn't know his own strength. Green Knight will be reflecting 15% of that back at you. Enough to kill the Zeus. Definitely got some bugs here in terms of they look dead and have a life meter, but not alive. Don't know. Let's get a world splitter with reds on the. That's the big one we need. We need the world splitter. Nope, not it. 112. That's not the team because Odin just wasn't built. Okay. Smash. Zeus. Who we're bringing? I might as well just bring in Heimdall. It is what it is. It'll work. Just let Zeus go nuts. Yeah, that's doing it. Okay. Just need a world splitter with reds on it. That's all. Little ass. Little ass. Come on. What is it? Crit damage. Dang it. Well, at least we have one copy now. Okay. We have one copy of the 5 we need. All right. So we are looking for world splitters here. We could kindly get one with res as a stat. That would be wonderful. And if you could glitch it and have it be res with res percentage instead of res flat stat, that would be incredible. I would love 70 or 60% res instead of a flat stat res. That would be nuts. Cool bug for me to have for this build. But I'm sure it won't happen. We're just getting the final pieces in place to put Percival into our Fafnir team and try to beat the, the Fafnir without Dracula because his bleed is just not working. It's not proccing, not doing any damage. So we're going to try to shift focus. Okay, we're not there just yet. We have to get the world splitter with res on it first. That's one of the pieces that will really help us get to the the base res we're looking to get to. So we are farming, what is this, 98 in order to try to get a world splitter. We already got one, so that's one of our copies that we'll need to max out the one we get with res on it. So we need 6 one way or the other, and one of them has to have res on it. That's all. And then we need the God Steel from Tion, rare, epic, and probably some legendary too. We may have it already. I don't know how much Tion God Steel we have. We only have, well, we have 3 world splitters already. Just 2 of them are only like level 20. So we've gotten a bunch of these weapons, so it's nice. I'm not worried about it being really difficult to farm them. I think if we run like 10, 20 runs here, we should be able to get them. And if we have to drop down to the next weapons level as well, because both of them say world splitter, but I think this is the actual world splitter level. But I'll do both of them just to see. We're not short on energy, just short on time. Inside the last 24 hours in Alpha Wave 2. Sheesh. Nice. Okay. Didn't get it. Okay. Let's try it again. All right, all right, all right. Can we get? I really want to get the one world splitter with res on just to start, and then I'll farm for a bit to get the other 4 copies or so. Yeah, or other, 4 copies, or 3 copies, or nah, 4 copies. I really do want to get it all maxed out, and I think we don't. We haven't spent a lot of Tion on anything else. So let's see. World splitter, nice HP. Okay, so that's another copy that we have now. We have 2 of the 5 copies. We're still looking for the or 2 of the 6 copies we need. Still looking for the one with the right stat on it, but every one that we get is still valuable when it comes to leveling it, the one we do want up. So every one we get is good. And we've been getting it, as you see, fairly frequently, not terribly long to farm. And with us, we're farming this in a minute, so can run 10 runs in 10 minutes and come away with 1, maybe 2. That's not bad. 20 minutes, 3, maybe 4. I mean, you could spend an hour and get your weapon, everything you need to roll it up to 60. And it only takes more time if you got to roll 5 of them up or something like that. But if you're only trying to build 1 of each to like, okay, let me get a Mjolnir. Mjolnir's a little harder because it's a little farther up level, but World Splitter you can get pretty early. Heka, the Aminono weapon at 108 you can get, so you just roll them up to 50 at least. Might be tough to get all the God Steel to go up to 60, but at least at 50 you can get a good benefit out of them. Okay. That's not it. I want. Nope. Okay. Still trying. Still trying. Yeah, look at me. I'm like Fafnir. Oh, smoke. It was a bad impression. There we go. World splitter with res. All right. We've got 2 already of the weapon we need. We need 4 more. Although, I do believe we have 2 already at level 20 we can use. So we really just need the one with the res on it and maybe 1 more. Yeah. I would sacrifice the other 2 because we're not going to use them in the meantime. It's not that important. So, that's what we'll do. We already have 2 and 2 level 1s. We just need the one with the res and we need 1 more. So really only 2 left. Come on, let's get the one with the res right here so we can just be good. Nope. Let's see how far we are away from getting him to 6-star. There's 1 5, 2 5s. Upgrade. 3 5s. So we need 2 more 5s. Okay. Two more 5. See if we can get that world splitter we need. That world splitter with the res. A weapon with the res. All right, let this be the run. Let this be the run. We get a world splitter with res on it. Yeah. Losing my mind. Come on, losing my mind. It's a fun journey because I'm losing my mind. We are pushing hard to the finish. I wonder if I'm gonna check while I wait real quick. If Hell Hades website updated the leaderboard because I finished a few more two-star challenges. And those should automatically flow in now. Let's see. Raven Pyros is at 256. Nope, it has me at 209. Yeah, there's like a whole bunch that I'm not showing up as having. Okay, come on, give us the res. Give us the res. World splitter with res. Ooh, ooh, ooh. That's okay. I will not complain about the grail there. Attack with healing on it too. Interesting. Ooh. What could I do with that? All forms of healing. Improves all forms of healing. Let me see something quick. Let me go to the one, the only Raven Pyros Gaming, ravenpyros.com, and let's look for status effects. Search by status effects. We are looking for let me see this. No, I haven't seen any. Okay. Yeah. Okay, come on. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? World Splitter. Yes. Yes, that's the one. Thank you. Holla. I'm going to put this down for a second. All right. Let's go. Percival. It's time to get big. Time to get swole, Percival. We're going to take that off you. Let me see. Did we enhance it? No, we never did get any of the 9. Dang. Remove. That had Grimhild. We are going to go. This one has HP, attack. So we're going to take Dagonat. Enhance. Oh, yes. Okay. Also, we want to imprint it with Grimhild while it's not on him. Okay. And then equip it to him. Yes. Continue. Boom. Yes. Oh, I guess it won't let me use the more upgraded ones, but how far off are we? We are. So it is a 3-star. So we should be able to. Huh. So it doesn't consider these to be copies once they're upgraded. Interesting. Okay, so that grail is just. Huh. It is working that way. Let's do this. Oh, this grail is not the one I was thinking it was. Oh, we had gotten one with attack, but it seems that one might have disappeared. Boom. Okay, so the grail's way up now. It's got a lot of res. That's not a terrible option either. We could just farm a little bit more gold. We'd be able to push that up. Do we have enough to go with it? We could get a grail. Where's that world splitter there? It's not showing. Oh no, it's right there. World splitter. So we need more of these. Wait, what? I think the gear changed from res to defense on the world splitter. Let's go out of the game and come back in and see if it's updated or if it just took away our res there. I mean, luckily we have the grail there. Maybe that's going to be the way to go. It's not going to give us as much res, but and we still have the Eminono, but we didn't get those 9 Godsteel, so it's still sort of low. That was buggy. Okay, let's go. First of all, It did. It changed to defense. Huh. That is so uncool. And that wastes the stinking Broomhild now. Oh, that is so not cool. The game robbed me on that one. Damn. It was definitely res when I pulled it. And then it just changed. So we have a res for 48 there. We have a res for 57 there. But we have to pull Heimdall's off this to use it. Under any buff, have a 15%. So we're going to have to, let's see. Yeah, it's not on him. So imprint. I don't think we have another Broomhild either. F and A. Like, that is really friggin' something. Really friggin' something. I'm gonna just sacrifice my Broomhild here because gotta love it. Okay, let's try that again. All right, that was messed up. Okay, there we go. Okay, so now we just need, yes, 298. Okay, all right, we're close. He's at 298. I'm gonna farm some coin to push that up. How much does it need to go? 230k. Wow, we need 20k. We just need to do one more. Let's go to the Grail level. I think that was 148. Or that's Mjolnir. 138. Yeah. Let's try and get one more Grail. Boom. 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 Let's get one more Grail. Now that we're on the Grail trail. Just the world splitter blew my mind. That was tough. We had it. We had what we needed. We had the res. And now it just wasted all those copies that we had gotten because it changed the stat on us. The defense. And I've had a res world splitter, so I feel like it's a thing. It's not a glitch to have res. But wouldn't do it. So I'm not gonna try to chase something that looks glitchy. Like I said, I could get it 3 more times, take me another hour, and like each time it could change, and that's just gonna infuriate me. So I'm not gonna chase something that looks like it's not working. I'm gonna try to go on the Grail Trail here and see what I can do with that for at least healing and keeping. I don't know. I don't know how he's gonna use that Grail healing, but we'll have to look at it. It's got res on. Well, yeah, because Drac won't be putting mens. So we'll have to figure out where the heals would be boosted from. Well, let's focus on this. Let's see if we can get another Grail here. Push it up. And then we have 50, so we still need 2 more 50. We need a little bit more coins so we can push the Grail up to level 50. think we had more than enough God Steel to get it to 60. It'll just be about farming coin to do it, which isn't too hard. Even though 120 is still being buggy to me. Okay, 220. Let's try it again. Gonna get a grill. Nice. And now Pengu, please. Like I shall ultimatize it. In the name of the Zeus. And you don't need anything else. I have light. His weapon looks awesome. The Thunderbolt. It's both tangible and ethereal. Wonderful balance of the two. Go track and give us one grail is all we require. One grail. Should be handed to you by Indiana Jones. Choose wisely. This grail or that grail? Hot giggity dog. We do some damage. We don't slapped him like it was a mosquito on my ass. Come on, come on. Not it yet. Not it yet. Okay. Another try. Another try. Looking for a grail. Holy grail. On pursuit of the holy grail. Here we go, here we go. I'd love a holy grail. I'd love a holy grail. And then we just gotta get two more 5 stars, and we're pushing Percival up. Almost there. get it. One more. Come on, come on. Give us the grail. Give us the grail now. Give us the grail. Give us the grail now. Don't make me wail. Just give me the grail. At least we never have a fail on the level. A guaranteed chance. What we're looking for. When will we get it? When will we get that grail? We only need one. Looking for it. We also could use another copy of the Smash imprint or him. 4 of those for Sphinx, 3 for Aphrodite. And that's about it. We're close to max. Close to max indeed. All right. Here we go. We're gonna get a grail drop to us right here. I feel it. I feel like we're close to the grail. Now my question is the grail the weapon for the Fisher King, which I think it is, or King Arthur? You know, King Arthur obviously chased the grail, but I don't know that he ever obtained it. I think it's the Fisher King's weapon from Avalon, but Fisher King's not in the alpha yet, or in the alpha, so it won't be in until the main game, main launch. All right, let's see. Did we get it? Come on, tell us we got it. We didn't get it. All right, we need to run it again. We really need one more grail. We want to max out this res and see what it can do. I don't want to really take the time and do a long run if we haven't maxed out his res as much as possible. And these runs help us with XP. We have 2 more 5 stars to build up in order to get him pushed up to 60. So we're farming everything to bring him from 50 to 60. And we maxed out his ascensions. And we maxed out his skills and everything. Well, his skills already were, I believe. But we'll check those. We'll make sure they are. But I have more than enough scrolls for, and yeah, scrolls is epic. So scrolls for him. We had everybody scrolled up, tomed up, paged up that we had. So he should be good. But we have everything basically built up. Now it's about the weapons and the gear. And I could spot the target farm a bit more better res gear, maybe just get him to 400 res, plus add HP and attack percentages in as substats would be helpful. So I could farm for like gear like that specifically. So we might do that tonight in the final push. We'll see how much, just if he does really well, like right here, I could probably put a better chest piece on him, like that is res specifically. But the best res piece I had wasn't res. It wasn't res on res, like res, percentage on res. So we could find that and we could work on that. But for the most part, it's so crazy. I'm seeing the lag, and it was totally a res, and then went to defense. That's so weird. Glitchy world, world splitters, huh? Split the world too hard. All right, we didn't get the grail yet, so we're looking for another run, another 2 minutes. It's like a penalty in hockey. 2 minutes, well worth it. It is 3:47. Okay, in the afternoon. This is that final push. Final push. I have this live stream and then one more 12-hour live stream, and that is it. That is what we got for you. So we will be waiting on this last one. We'll be waiting to start it at exactly 11 p.m. So that it goes from 11 p.m. to 11 a.m. when the game will stop. You know, we won't be in the game anymore. It'll boot us out like it did in Wave 1. All right, let's see the Grail that we're looking for. Just one copy. One copy of the Grail. Come on, you can do it. I believe in you. Don't take that lip, Shishi. Don't take that lip. Even though you just got absolutely Zeusified. You got Zeusified. He de-atomized you. You can't hit us. Heimdall is made shield of ice for you to bang your head against. That is all. Thank you. Yeah, Musashi. The madness is over. I miss it. I miss the madness, Musashi. You were so unique. But it couldn't be. It couldn't be. It had to. It had to go. Same with Horus. So that's been fixed. So I will say I have a little bit more confidence in that they said certain things were fixed, and they were. Now they did break some other stuff in the process, but I'm gaining. I've built some more trust back and confidence in that they said we're gonna fix these things, and then they did, and that's like no small feat sometimes. So it shows that they have a pretty good understanding of their systems and like what needs to be fixed, and they're able to do it in a short time, 3 or 4 days, and then freeze the build and test it. So I was impressed by that. There was still quite a bit of stuff in Wave 2, though. And if it does make it into Wave 3, it's going to be tough because, and I honestly, like I said, I almost think Wave 3 shouldn't be a contest because it just presents so many more problems than it does opportunities, in my opinion. But just because we haven't had one clean run through in any of these waves where the leaderboards work and it's updating, like I still showed 209 for the 2 stars, and I'm like, oh, that's funny. I have like 12 to go. Like I can show you, and so it's still not updating. People aren't still in the lead that are in the lead, and that's really hard if there is tangible rewards at the end and you're like, I did it, but I didn't, like that's really isolating and makes the person feel like I'm being sort of like you're not here. I know you did something, but nobody is going to acknowledge it. You didn't do it. So that sucks. You put all that energy in for nothing. Haha, and it's just not a good feeling. So I just worry that unless they can really clean up everything and make it fair, and I mean, you have like the top 15 people over 1 billion damage. Like, I don't think that's what the design was. I think we need to still dial back a few things to keep it so that maybe like your top person is at 5 billion and everybody in the top 5 might get over 1 billion. I think that's a fun sort of threshold to shoot for, but like to be doing 300 billion, it's just like so many hours of leaving your computer running. And what that means is they're not testing anything else in the meantime. Like you just lose that tester completely or lose that gamer completely. They're just in that locked in that unkillable team mode, putting up an even higher and higher and higher score. So I think like even though it's fun to do that, I think the ideal range is that we would want the top tier teams to be doing in the 100 million damage. It feels good. Hundreds of millions feel good. Billions feels crazy, and you should like just barely get over it, and like only like 1 or 2 people might get 2 or 3 billion. I think that would be where they'd want to see it fall. I don't know how exactly they're gonna like ratchet that back because again, we did like people did crazy damage and everything is working. It's not buggy. It's working, I think, the way it's actually supposed to, and we're still building out teams that are just blowing out, Fafnir and not letting them get divinity or not letting them get a turn, and like it's still crazy. So even though it's fixed and I think it's working right, I think it still might need to be dialed back just a bit. For wave 3 for it to be more of a competition and less of a, I mean, everybody had the same team here. There was a meta, and And that's, I mean, you want to have diversity. You want to have multiple ways to try to skin the cat. Blaze does not work. Like, why does it not work anywhere? You know what I mean? Raw is like useless. YDG is like useless compared to, a bleed hero like Drac. So I think maybe even a tweak to like Fafnir's kit on Blaze and making it not so negative, like you burn him with his own fire kind of thing, maybe. And like, so then you have YDG being a viable option and people are putting in Blaze versus Bleed and like, oh, that's cool. But right now it's like there's no one in their right mind that's gonna build a Blaze team except for me. Because I have no other choice because my Drac is not working. Like the bleeds are not proccing and not doing damage. So I am building a Percival for his res damage dealing capacity, and I'm putting Broomhild's imprint on him so that he passively puts Blaze on anyone that attacks him. And that's how I'm going to try to do damage. I don't know how long the Blazes are going to last on Fafnir, if he's not going to have a turn, so he's not going to take them off. But I don't know that they'll proc either. If he's not going to turn much. So it's going to be interesting to see. We're going to have to see how it works. Whoop, I did not press replay. I thought it was running auto. Sorry, my bad. I was just hoping to get that grail. Hoping to get that grail while running my mouth. Running my suck. But yeah, so we're going to see because I had to pivot because my Drac was just not working. I don't know. Every time he hit, no damage. Bleeds, proc, they said blocked. Not bleed. It was weird. Very odd. So some kind of a glitchy element to it. I don't know if we were overwhelming it with buffs and debuffs and stuff like that. We had 30 bleeds on him, and that should be 30% damage every turn, but we weren't doing any damage, so it was weird. We just like stalled out. We weren't dying, anything like that, but we just took us forever to go from like 20 to 25 million. And we had raced to 20 million before that, so it was just like stalled. And I was like, we're not doing damage. Like, nope. Drax like whack, 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 whack. 4 pulling off bleeds, multiplier. There should be 30 bleeds. No damage. So it's weird. I don't know what's going on, but I'm gonna try to use Percival instead of Drac. Definitely not the meta. But we'll see what happens. We will see what happens. Once we get this built, once we get this guy built out, and we're just looking for a grail here. One single grail. I don't care what the stats are or anything. I just want to see if we can push up his grail and the res as high as possible before we go into the battle. And then we're also going to get him up to 6 stars and 60. That'll be the last thing to do. And then he'll be ready to do a trial run. We'll see how long he lasts. We'll see what happens. And it's going to be interesting. Whew. Slap. Now we had a world splitter with res. We pulled it, and then it changed to defense. So that was my first strategy, was get a world splitter with res, because that's what I had in wave 1 for him. And it gives you the 12% increase on all stats. So it really helps you boost res. If you already have 400 res, you're getting close to 500 res as a base, and then he's putting out 40% res. You're getting close to 800 res. So that's a great place to start from. And then he gets 80 res per buff or whatever it is, 10%. And that's not bad. Oh, blood sword. Okay. Not it. We need the grail. The other legendary one, please. Please and thank yous. The Avalon. Yeah. And obviously we have Avalon, but we didn't see Excalibur. We've seen Excalibur. We have it what its passive is and everything, but we didn't see it in this wave. We also didn't see King Arthur, so that made sense. But it was interesting because the Grail, I think, is Fisher King's weapon if Excalibur is King Arthur's. And we didn't see Fisher King in here, so it seems like not every weapon that's here has its hero that's here, or vice versa, or hero has its weapon. But I was trying to look at some of the weapons and figure out, okay, whose weapon is this? And it's kind of like who would really do best with it, maybe, I guess, and who's it built for, kind of. And obviously the legendaries are pretty obvious. Thunderbolt, Zeus, and Blood Sword is Dracula, and those are not hard. And like the Solar Flare is Shamash from Ecker, and you can tell because you have to farm a certain type of faction Godsteel. And so, okay, Ecker faction Godsteel. This is only one Ecker legendary, and that's Shamash. So this is his weapon, and it makes sense it's an ally attack too, so like it makes sense with his kit. Like it fits with his kit, so it definitely seems like his weapon. But as you go down, like some of the rares, it's hard to tell like who's his battle axe. Is that who does that go with? And maybe not Berserker. Maybe it's a rare level Asgard hero. Um, Trying to think who's a rare because it's not Scotty. It wouldn't be a Scotty weapon. Let's go Asgard. Yeah, Scotty's the only rare. So it could be Berserker's weapon, but that would be weird. He's a common and it's a rare weapon. Beowulf, maybe, but I don't think so. Oh, we got it. We got the grail. Doot, 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 doot. All right, let's do this. Let's get Percival where he needs to be. Here. Boom. Yes, 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 yes. How far? 4.2. Okay. 610. We are at res of 62, but we could get 9 more. We could get 70. Okay, so he has right now 302, and we could get him to 309, basically, I think. 302, 309. Let's pull up our res calculator and go, what if it is 302? What if it is 309? Okay, so barely a bump. Barely a bump. Might not even be worth pushing too much further up. Now, let's look and see. This has res on it, level 4. HP, but not res. Yeah, that drops a lot of res off. So he's got res on res there, but it's only level 2. Yeah. So he could use res, helmet, invoker, 3 through 5. And he could use a chest piece. Res, chest. Okay. So we could farm those and also get the gold we need to finish pushing up. Let's see, how far are we on 50s or 5 stars? 1, 2, 3. Two. Okay. We need 2 4 stars. Let's go this way. 1 4 star. Boom. 2 4 stars. Boom. Okay, now where is my man? This guy right here. Let's get you up to 5 stars, Buckaroo. Yep, we're using Bastet. I know. What are we short? Oh, 3,000. Okay, let's just sell some gear, huh? HP defense, sell that. HP, sell that. Defense, attack. Sell that. Okay, let's see. We've got it now. Info, upgrade, 5 star. There we go. There we go. Boom. Now we got one more 5 star to do, right? Let's click it back to here. First of all, let's make sure we didn't get a 5 star anywhere. 1, 2, 3, 4. We could just, no. 4. Let's do it. 32K. All right, we just need farm. What do we need to farm? We got, oh, res helmet invoker. Is invoker. Let's go. We need helmet and chest. So that's not 114. Gauntlets. Okay, 92 would be chest. And we are looking for reds. Let's try a dragon run here. We'll go this. Poker dragon. I think we went with a 4-piece dragon last time. 4-piece dragon, 2-piece invoker. So we could try to farm these for a little bit of dragon gear too and see if we get lucky and get some nice 5-star pieces. We could also jump up to 121 and 2 and 3 and see if we get 5-star pieces there as well, or tier 4, tier 5 pieces there as well that are the right affinity. So some things we can certainly work on. We're almost at pushing him up. We just need a little bit more coin and experience. So doing a few runs here will give us that, and then he will be at 6-star, and we can push him up to 60, and then he'll be, all intents and purposes, with a few gear upgrades ready to go. We got the coin to probably upgrade the gear once we do a few runs. So in the next hour, hour and a half, 2 hours most, we'll be hopefully ready to launch him and see how we do. Just got to finish kind of farming them up and building them up. We'll see how fast we get everything we need. All right. Oh, res. Okay. Let's see, dragon if we can with res on it. Yeah, dragon with res would be good. At least if we can get the dragon 2-piece, then that will give us a yeah, that'll give us 15% res stacked up fully. We can work on getting a 4-piece. That's 45 res plus, where's the invoker? 45 70 res plus, yeah. Yep, that's what we'll try to do. Try to see what we can do to get some of these dragon pieces farmed and leveled all the way up. Really max out his res. Try to push for 400 if we can. We'll see. At least at 300. All right, come on, come on. Let's see what we got for gear. Nope, that's not it. There. Looking for resistance stat, main stat on the helmet, and either invoker or dragon, and 3, 4, or 5 tier quality would be ideal. 4 or 5 would be ideal, but 3 I can probably work with it. Substats would be HP percentage, attack percentage, and more res. He doesn't need a ton of speed because his core has a stun. So he'll hit as often as everybody pulls him in anyways. And that'll boost his turn meter and everything. And then he'll use his ult because Aphrodite will be pumping him. So I don't think we have to bring him with a lot of speed or initiative. I think he'll just be brought along for the ride. And we'll want to focus entirely on res and then HP and attack. No accuracy. That is nice. I remember when I was trying to get through this level, like, did not hit Shamash like that, where he just, like, stumbled back and was like, whoa, I didn't expect you to be able to hit me so hard. Yeah, we've been in this game for a minute, man. All right. Oh, dragon, but it's only tier 1, but it's crap. So, like I said, if we'll do a couple, maybe like 5 to 10 runs here, and then um, I'll look and see if we'll jump up to like 121 and try to farm a few pieces of gear there. But after these 5 runs, I think we should have enough to just like get him up to 6-star, which is a huge thing we needed to do. And then we can I'm gonna probably take a shower here, so I'll like let it farm for res or dragon gear, either invoker or dragon gear. So I might do that and just try to see if we get lucky with some good pieces, and I can work him around, and I'll have enough coin so I can easily max out his res a little bit more. I'm over 300, which I'm happy with, but I want to get as close as I can, maybe 350 to 400 if I can. So we'll see. And if we have more coin, we can put his grail all the way up to 60, and that will give us an extra 7 res. So, you know, and the healing will be maxed out too. So let's see if we got, this is I think 3 or 4 runs in wolf gear. Okay, let's try 2 or 3 more just to see if we get it. If not, then we at least should have what we need to bump Percival up to 60, and that's huge. That's what and then that way I can let him farm and start to build experience that way, as he works to get these last pieces of gear for himself. Put him to work for his own gear, you know? No free rides here. You don't get to ride on the bench while I go farm your gear. You're in it. You're in it. Get in, Percival. It's my coach mentality, my coach voice. Oh, Aphrodite, it just went down so easy. It was a burst of lightning. Man, that's a cool effect. They did a really good job on Zeus. They've done a really good job on a lot of these heroes, so it's going to be cool to see them in the full game. I just hope, obviously everything works well and stuff, but I know the build will be more stable and be different, so I'm excited for it. We're learning all the mechanics now of Divinity Steel and, what we're trying to do to get a really great world boss, or unkillable or whatever team comp with what we have. Now we're going to expand the roster from 67 to almost 200 in the next few months, and that'll be a lot of learning. 3 times as many heroes as we have now. A lot of things to take into effect. Ooh, res with accuracy. Oh, it's res, but it's tier 2, and it's not what I was, dragon. Had that been res tier 2 dragon, I probably would have taken it. I would have probably called that good enough. I'll admit it's probably tier 2 through 5 if it has res and dragon. I won't be that picky, but I'd like it 3, 4, 5. Obviously, just so the number is a bit higher, but it's only going to be the difference of like a couple res. So, but when you got res percentages off that, every res counts. One second, be right back. Right. What did we get? Bear gear. Level tier 3 HP. That's nice. That's a nice piece of gear, actually. Defense and HP on the same one, especially with the defense. If you get another piece of bear, it's 15% defense, 1% each turn stacking up. So over a long fight, HP and defense built into one piece of gear. That's good. It's a good piece. And tier 3, it was like, I think, high enough rarity that it was worth rolling up. The numbers will be decent. in the top 50 to 60 percentile. That's all you can get 70, 80 percentile, grab those pieces of gear, but usually you're trying to make do with something that's better than 50% of the other gear pieces you'd put on here, you know, as to getting you to your different thresholds. You only need so much. You don't need more and more and more of certain things. You only need so much, and then put the other space towards the other gear stats you need as well. So that's the balance of finding a right build. The precision tuning. All right, I think we might get something. We haven't gotten a piece of dragon gear yet. Not one yet. I was hoping to just get one, and then there we go. 4 attack. Attack. Okay, let's go see if we can push up Percival now. Attack. Okay, that stinks. I needed res. To do Percival upgrade. 1, 2, 3. Oh, and we had her was 4. 4 and all right, there we go. So now ascend 16. You need 16 more polished, huh? 16 polished. All right, we'll get that real quick. Abilities. Let's make sure. Oh, he's not even scrolled up. There we go. He's scrolled up now. Remote. 1.9 million. We just need the experience. So let's go farm 92. Let's go see 121. Nope. Okay. Could do 122. There's no dragon there. There, we could do 124. Let's go this route. All right, and then we also have to get 16 polished wisdom stones. Forgot about that. So we'll do a run or two or 5 runs of this, and then because we need to get XP, 2 million XP to fully get them to 60, but we're almost there. And then we just need 16 more polished wisdom of alchemy stones, and he will be 6-star ascended. We pushed all his abilities scrolls up, so that's done. So he's about as maxed out as he can be. We just need to put the best gear on him we can, which is what we're farming right now. Trying to get some dragon gear with res as a main stat. Either a helmet or a chest piece would be great. Or pauldrons, if we could get them all 3 with dragon, then we had mix and match. That would be great. Yep, that's what we're looking for. So hopefully we get some decent gear drops here. These are the levels sort of specifically designed to farm for gear and building out gear sets, full gear sets, and being higher quality gear. So this is where we're supposed to be farming. To do it, let's see what we get and how fast we are. Oof, we are lushing out. Poor Hercules. He ain't got nothing for his daddy. His daddy smacks him down. All right, what do we got? Body. Okay, body. Don't want it. We don't want your body. But it does. Body's an interesting set. Helps increase damage to your basic abilities and does some other stuff when you're at 6 piece. I haven't gotten enough of it. I hadn't been able to farm enough of it in wave 1 because we got cut short a little bit. So a lot of the late game gear farming, I didn't get to do as much as I wanted to. But yeah, this time around, we're getting a few more cracks at it. I don't think my run this time was the most efficient. I played with a lot of stuff. I was very liberal with resources. I didn't get any of my imprints, any of my universal imprints. None of the rewards for 2 stars that I got, that were universal imprints or imprints came through. Well, some of the hero imprints I think came through, but the universal imprints or the faction imprints never came through. So those were just lost, and they're super valuable because I could have ascended a few of my Legos with those, earlier and been able to push a lot deeper, a lot faster, and built just the team I needed. But having to collect the specific hero again and again and again, and like Sphinx doesn't drop a lot. Thankfully I have one. uh, I haven't had one since, so we'll see. Maybe we'll get drop Sphinx right now. No, we won't. It's not a Lego dropping level. What do we got? What do we got? 5-star, but not the right type. Not the right type. And I don't need accuracy on them, so it's like it makes no sense to put that on because I'll lose the res that I have. And in fact, helmet, I don't even need helmet. I really need chest and probably gauntlets in dragon, chest and gauntlets. If I got a chest with res on it, I'd stop right there and just see, but maybe I could put a gauntlet or gauntlets or speed boots in dragon or something like that. I'll have to look, but I think that he's at 302 res right now. I think we'll be able to max him at maybe closer to 350 or a little higher. We'll have to look at it. See what we can do if we get a nice res as a main stat on the chest. Whew, he is hitting hard. What do we get here? What do we get here? Dragon, chest, red. No. All right, it's 419. I'm gonna go take a shower. And so I'll let this run while I do that. We're not gonna go out just yet, babies, okay? A little bit, but not yet. All right, I will be back in a few moments. Take a little pond with me. A pond for the road. Pond for the road. I'll be right back. I love you, but relax, relax, relax. We're not going all crazy right now, okay? Thank you. I'm just gonna see what we managed to farm. Okay. That it. Let's see if we got a chest. Hero. Hero. Jukebox hero. Let's see. Percival. You got stars in your eyes. Okay. Got deer. Attack. HP. Oh, still nothing for that. Let's look at stop phase. Go ahead and stop that. Crit rate and defense. Stop phase. Stop. Crit damage. Yep, he's got the best he can on there. This is definitely could go. Could be better. Accuracy doesn't need. Accuracy doesn't need. Okay. Speed, defense, res. HP. HP. Okay, so I guess we don't have dragon at all. I thought we got dragon, but oh, here we go. Defense. Okay. Speed. Okay, so we could get him this way. Don't. We're gonna lose 8 res. Okay, and where can we go with here? What is this? Initiative. That's not gonna do it. Attack. Defense. Initiative. Okay, so now let's. We didn't have a dragon on this, did we? No. Okay, so let's go real quick to. This one is dragon, but let's go to. Gauntlets would be 104, right? Yep. 94. Let's just try to farm this first. Let's see if we get some decent dragon gauntlets, because if we do, we can make that work with some dragon legs with speed, and we'd at least have a 2-piece dragon and a 4-piece invoker. That might push us up a little bit higher in terms of initiative or in terms of resistance. But we'll see if we can't get one just in a few runs here. I do need some water though, so I'll probably just let it run for a second and go grab it. they make us. Unheard of in this part of the world. You're my emphysema here. Just kidding. I don't have emphysema. I just smoked too much pot. Oh, dragon. Tier 2, not good enough. Not good enough. Give us the tier 4, tier 5. That is the stuff we need. That is the big stuff. Alright, there we go. Alright, we're gonna see if we got it pups after this one, okay? And then we'll leave it to farm these 16 polished wisdom alchemy stones. Alright. Let's see what we got for gear, babies. If we got what we needed, then we'll take you out. If not, let's go Percival. Yeah, we got gear. My name. Crit damage. Nope. Okay. Okay. Let's push this up enough. Now we're gonna get a bit more coin on that one. But 302 is not terrible. Oh, hold on. Let's see if we can push Percival up to 57. And we need 16 more, right? So let's go to 85. Yep. And we'll take the puppies out. I'm gonna be right back. All right, puppies. Go up. check and see what we might have found or not found. All right. Let's see what we're looking for, which is 16 polished wisdom stones. We could have them already. I don't need. Let's. Wouldn't take more than 1 or 2 drops. We were outside long enough for that to happen. I think it's like a 2-minute run. Not even, maybe. That would go a little off. Yeah. All right. Well, that wasn't what we were looking for, but let's see if we got some wisdom polished. Upgrade. Let's send just the amount we needed. And level 58, 247. So we need 500k experience. So we're going to go to a 9 level. Do that. I'll be right back. Hey, what are you guys doing? Snarly and growly. Okay. your bonus early. Yeah, you get a soup bowl each. That's your pay. One for Mama. Yeah, first in line. She's a queen. Then Sammy. And then Big Gunner Puppy. I love you. Guys enjoy your soup bones. Enjoy your soup bones. I love you. You've been very well behaved. I appreciate it. There we are. Back again. All right. While we're farming this, we're getting our supplies ready. All right. What are we getting? 3.4 thousand coins, God Steel, experience, most importantly. Pushing up, first of all. Okay, so I think we're all right. Let's try and go see how Percival's doing now. Oh, he's at 60. His abilities are maxed. He's ascendant. He's awakened. He's gonna place block damage on the team. Oh, bologna and cheese. That's gonna be nuts. Oh, before attacking. So he's not gonna take damage like much. Okay, so we really want abilities. Let's see what his core does. This res up, radiance. Okay, so we kind of want that. Let's see about initiative. Attack, defense, initiative with res. $330 res, 142 speed, 144 initiative. We're gonna try that maybe. Yeah, I think so. 330. That's awesome. Okay. 330 plus. Let's see how far off we are from this. We were so we need 3.6 million. Let's. There we go. Put it on this. Let's be sure we can get through that with this team. Get some more gold. Chances at pushing up Mjolnir. A couple more levels for Aphrodite. That'll be huge. I don't know that it'll actually, like, it might be where she's already kind of maxed out on it, on initiative, and she can't really gain or stand to gain much more from it, but we'll see. We're close to having a Percival ready to roll. Just a little bit. I hadn't been prioritizing this time because, I just didn't think it was going to work the same way. I thought they'd nerf Aphrodite, so this wouldn't really be possible anymore, but it seems like I'm still able to do it with the high amount of initiative or honor and initial divinity. Now we're trying to see if we can get a Mjolnir, but we did not. Okay. So let's go. We need coin. Let's see if we can put together a 120 team that just crushes it. I think we have most of the pieces. So good. Pengu, what he needs on his chest, HP. Okay, so probably a res. HP. Oh, that's it right there. And then right, let's do it. So, Aphrodite, Zeus, Shamash, and Sphinx. All right, let's see how this team does here. They still seem to be on. Working, at least for the moment. If we can hit hard enough. All right, there we go. That was a little bit closer to where I thought we should be. We are getting it close. Are cutting it a little close. Got everything working in our favor, but let's see if we manage to kill him before get that ultimate. 20. Hey. All right, all right. We're almost there. There we go. Get to that damage level. He's almost there. Oh, we're so close. Can we get one more joint attack? We'll do it. Boom. Yes, we did it. So now he hit us. He's dead. We got 500 bounty. We just barely did it, but we did it. Almost a million right there. Nice. Let's try to replay it and see if we can do it again. All right, let's see. Can we do it a little bit easier this time? Just barely made it last time, like nick of time kind of thing. So I guess we are like just at the damage threshold. Okay, we're doing good here. Nice. Lock. Wow, the locks landed. Huh. I'm gonna get a screenshot of that. Wow, we're doing better on this one at least. Looks like we'll easily be there. Yeah. And then it's just a matter of how long will we hold him there and rack up the bounty. Will we get to 500 or... He has his ult, but it's definitely not his turn because he just went. So this is huge. We're going to see how much we rack up in a single turn, and do we keep him from getting his divinity or his ultimate when he comes around to his next turn. We pulled back his ult, divinity steal, 420, AO. Don't mind if I do. The Proximity steal is going to continue to keep him from getting his ult. $500, perfect. Right where we need to be bounty-wise. Even if he does kill us at this point, I'm happy with the bounty. But I honestly think we're going to keep him from getting his ult here for a while. We seem to be on a good run. And that means we might rack up another 4,100, which would be fine by me. That was like 8 million gold and coin in one swap in one 15-minute run. I'll take that. Nice, we're at 600. We're just holding this poor golden boy within inches of his ult. Not giving it to him. Teasing him. We're edging his ult. We get that big bounty coin. 800. Nice. That lock is still on. That's keeping him from doing his shower of gold, so we're not stunning us. We have locked out his passive. We have locked out. Lock his passive, locked his core. 2.5 million. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, so that should be enough. Let's check it. Arsenal, gear, weapon. Boom, 3.59 million, no problem. We're rich, we're rich. Okay. So that is a 60. All right, let's see. Res, defense. Is there any with res? Oh, that's money in the bank. So we got 339 res. healing by 50% damage inflicted when attacking, so that's actually might be worth it. We really just need res on chest res. Let's go see if we can get res chest. Let's look at get that. Res Invoker 70s. 72 maybe. Invoker chest. Let's auto run this. Look for a res on res chest because that would be money in the bank and will heal. Build the healing into ourselves. We didn't really need to, but it gives us a lot of res there. If I had to push over 350 res, that would be a deal. We haven't gone crazy with farming. We're running low on time. And this was not a plan. Do. Okay, let's see what we need to see. 4 or 5-star res on res. Come on, res on res. Nope, that's crit. That's not it. Crit, crit, crit. That's not it. Crit is not it. Oh boy. This guy is losing his noodle. Alright. We just need one miracle piece, you know? Ochre chest with res as the main stat, and as long as it's 4 or 5 and epic or legendary, I wouldn't complain one bit. Or even rare, I would take rare. But I would prefer epic or legendary for the extra substats. Okay, let's see what we procured. Ah, crit again, huh? Is that the dominant drop right now? Is crit? We're not having it. No? We're not looking for that. We need the res on res special. Percival needs to go ham. Res on res. End the chase. End the fight. Come on. Invoker. Res chest. Nope. Not happening. You're not getting that easy. Alright, alright. We will work for it. We aren't afraid to work. Still not even the right set type. Crikey. Cunt. Fire bucket. Let's out of the blue. It's just gonna be Invoker, you know, level 4, level 5, legendary, and it's just gonna say red, and I'm like, no one! That's awesome. And we won't have to farm this no more. Farming barren land. For diamond. Or oil, I guess, if you're American. Oh, we got an Invoker chest piece. Alright. We didn't see it fast enough. Pause it and go look. See if it is the piece of our dreams. Invoker with res on the chest. Wouldn't mind another Invoker chest just to give us a little better odds. Alright, so let's go see that piece and hope it is the one we were waiting for. Alright, first of all, there you are. Chest piece. And defense. No. Okay. Needs a million. Push that up. And we'll go farm. There we go. Farm it some more, wasn't it? Yeah, if it has res on the main stat and it is an invoker class, I will take a level 2 through 5. That's definitely true because it will work well enough, even at level 2, to be worth it. Or tier 2, or whatever you want to call the numbers that are associated with the gear that determine the different qualities of it. Quality, if it's damaged or superior or whatever the different classifications they have for it. Come on, give us what we're looking for. Chess piece, invoker, 1 star, huh? Or defense, no good. Not gonna be. At least we're getting the right set. I'm okay with that. Chances to see invoker, but real low levels for it. Give it to us. Give it to us. Invoker chest with res on it. Dang it. So close. Come on, Invoker chest with res. Okay. Yes, 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 we got it. Level 2, like I said, I will take it. I will take it because we can make that work. First of all, watch this, my friend. You are going to go from first to worst to worst to first and all over again. What is this one? We're throwing that one out. Boom. Yay, it stayed. Okay. HP and attack. It's like perfect. It's only that it's 2 stars, the only thing. But we have 338 res right there, okay? So we are going to hit number 120 one time, and we should be solid. Push. Who are we getting with? Oh, we gotta use Drac. That's right, we didn't use Drac last time. We went Angu and Shamash. Oh, I don't think we have Shamash. No, Shamash. Angu. Who do we have in? Sphinx. Sphinx was the other one. That's what it was. So we should have replaced Tengu with Sphinx here. That was my bad. But maybe it'll work. Maybe we'll still hit hard enough with Tengu and Drac doing bleeds and all the joint attacks. Oh, wow. Yeah. Thank God for Shamash. Zeus almost knocks himself out every time. It's too damn hard for a Green Knight who reflects 15% of the damage back at him, and 15% of Zeus's damage is enough to wipe his entire HP out. Whoops. Kind of maxed him out there. But I like that the harder you hit, it more it hits you, so you have to be careful with that. They really made Radiance a strong buff, like very strong buff. We're about to play with Radiance a little bit with Percival. We just need a little coin first. Let's get ourselves some coin. Can we do it? Or will we lose and not get anything? Who knows? It's a crapshoot. But we've got Divinity Steel. It's stealing all over, and ooh, we are crushing it. Everything looks to be working right. Oh, blocked. Okay. Drain. Put the bleeds on. Woo. This one's going to be quicker for sure. Wow. This might be the way to do the 25 turns or less. I don't know. With all the ally attacks, about the only way I can think to do it. But maybe if Pangu is replaced, although his initiative down helps, and he's locking his core for 3 turns. I don't think that's supposed to happen. we put it in there. It seemed like it was working right, but 50. Right, we're there. Got him down to 1 HP, so we should be good if he does use his ult, but I think we're going to heal it back. By the time he gets his next turn. Okay, 369. Nice. Not bad, not bad. Didn't take too long, and we'll still get adequate coins. 750k. That's nice. That is nice. All right. Let's go to Percival here. Enhance. Oh, we're still a little short on that. And we need to go. Here. So we need 1,000,000, 2,000,000. Okay, so let's just run this. And instead of this, let's go this and auto run it. See how this goes. So the only thing we really could have done better was the world splitter with res, but seems like it was bugging. Otherwise, we just got to get up his last two pieces of gear. That'll be solid. And then we need to go and make sure we look at how many each of them need and make sure they don't have any imprints that we didn't know we got. And awaken any of them closer to fully A5. We need one more imprint or duplicate for Shamash, 4 more for Sphinx, and 3 more for Aphrodite. But we want to look at the awakenings and what they offer us. And I think we really only want 1 more for Aphrodite at least, and then 2 more for Sphinx, so she gets to 3 as well. That would be ideal. If we get Shamash to 5, it might be good, but we're going to look at what it does, and it might not matter. So, won't stress it. So we need 2,000,000, and we got 750k on the last run of this, so we'll see what we do on this one. Now, I think the key to the divinity steal is that it's a 2-part thing. 1, it steals divinity from him, but 2, I believe it gives it to us, helping us get our ults faster. So that's why it's so powerful. Like, it's the only weapon that does it. Mama, stop whining at me. Go lay down. I'm not playing with you. You've been outside just a minute ago. I'm doing work. Go lay down. Not happening. Sorry. You're going to get shut down on that one. But, yeah, it's interesting that we're also gaining divinity, I think, from the steal as well. And that's important with Aphrodite pumping the divinity of everyone, the initiative of everybody, and pushing up their turn meter and their speed. It's just helping them stay having their ultimate crazy often, which protects them and also maxes out the bounty. Although I don't know, it doesn't look like we may make it to the finish line. Although Sphinx has Immortal on, so she should survive no matter what, I believe. If she has her 3-turn Immortal on and he goes, she should survive. And the Radiance, you know, that when he hits us, could kick back a lot of damage against him. And notice that it did, but it should. All right. Ooh, bring the house, bring the pain. Bring the storm, bring the rain, Zeus. All right, 411. He has his ult, but does he? Will we peel it back from him? I think we are peeling it back from each time, as well as turn meter control. Yep, we are. So we may push him for a good score here if we keep this up, because it's what we did last time, except double the bounty, because Sphinx is going to have us under vanish the whole time. So we'll do the same, run, but double it in terms of bounty because of that. So if we can keep him from getting his ultimate and getting his turn and get him down to 1%, we could potentially do several thousand bounty and really knock out this coin need in one run. Just a matter of if we get it just right, if it works just right, because we're autoing it too, so I'm not manualing it. Sometimes it's variability. Ooh, strong hits, critical hits, things like that. I haven't had the time to build everybody, crit cap everybody, and have attack, and we don't have that kind of gear. I have not been getting dropped that kind of gear, so I didn't try to strive for that kind of build. And I don't think that was the purpose in Alpha. I don't think they expected you to do truly late game builds, because that attunements were out, and that would be a part of it. You'd want to have the right attune kind of gear with your archetype you're using. Okay, we might just do it. It's a little bit slower, but we're definitely going to do more bounty for this. Oof, 50, almost 50,000 a hit, and we are just almost there. Yep, we made it. All right, so we are going to beat him if he takes his turn and uses the ultimate, and if he doesn't get a chance, we're just going to work him for more bounty at 850, so this is a good one. Hopefully this gives us what we need to finish building Percival's 2 pieces of gear. I think we need 2 million. Maybe we can get it right here. Okay, and he died at 891. Good, good, good. Perfect. Perfect amount of time, but kickback of coin for the time is very efficient. Look at that, 1.59 million. Oop, let's stop that and go check. We might not need to do another one. That was so good. First of all, let's pull you up to the highest levels. 1 million. Oh, we might need to get another 100,000, 200,000. Yeah. So we need 625. We need 225,000. We'll do one more run, and we'll have him all the way up, and we'll get to see what his res is going to look like. as a base. Bring him back. Dang you, Green Knight. Dang you. You could put a revive feature on him, and he got that pushback. He'd knock everybody out and then come back. It'd be great. That would have been some interesting levels if they had put imprints on weapons on the enemy. Could have been some really tricky things to try to figure out. That would have been like high level. A high level. All right. We need 200,000. So literally, we only gotta come out and hit him in one joint attack, and we'll have that. But we'll see what we do anyways. Do 800 bounty again. 1.5 million. That was useful. Oh, got our ults. Let's bring in the crazy attack. Yeah, he puts barrier on. He puts damage. Amount of the damage. And then we get mends from Shamash, and that heals us back up. And then we start controlling turn meter and divinity. Ooh, look at the hits. Look at how much HP came off from there. That was an onslaught. He landed bleed, so that's what. I don't know if it's proccing or doing damage. We'll have to watch that. Here we go. Boost will go. Yeah, it's not counting his hit. But he is landing the bleed. Huh. It's very strange. Drac is like not working. Man, he's got quite a bit of divinity already. But we are crushing him down, so. That's so strange that it isn't counting his hit when Drac hits him. At least not when it's Drac's turn. Nice. Keep him away from that, and we are there. We have enough. All we gotta do is get him to the finish. At least he's doing damage. He's not counting for bounty. $411. $420. Yeah. We did it. Now whenever he gets his ult, we will get coin. More than we need. More than enough. Not more than we need. We have other gear that could go up, but more than enough. 537. Those joint attacks are nuts. This being the joint attack jumbo package. Could add Hippolyta, but we wouldn't have a bleed. 705. Nice. More than enough. 83 million. Oh, and he's done. 723. It's nice. They like just let his divinity trickle out enough so that it ends and doesn't go forever. Very nice. Good team build there. Good farming for coin. All right, let's push up this man to where he needs to be. Boom. Reds. All right, let's see. Where are you at? 364 reds. That's what we're doing. Okay. Res would drop. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. Ooh, 23 res. This one. Oh, it actually winds up with -2. Yeah, because 25 for the bonus, so it'd have to be more. It's unlikely it'll be more. So let's see. No one has res. Okay. So there's that. Now let's look at the other members of the team. Aphrodite, Awakening. Remove all disables from allies. Oh, that's powerful. Okay. So we definitely need an Aphrodite. 364 was base res. 364. Let's see. We need an Aphrodite. What is her increase income and healing and input punching? Oof. We needed 3 copies of her for sure. Sphinx. That's not the end of the world. Also reduce divinity cost for each ally's ability, but and fully restore destroyed HP. That's very powerful though. Alright, well, let's oh, and the other thing, yeah, I want to check Aphrodite's weapon here. Oh, she doesn't have any element. Okay. Got this on crit damage. Hack. It doesn't really both the same. Okay. And then we've got Blaze. Let's see. 1.76. Okay. When this year is yeah, that's not really going to work for us because we don't get knocked out. That's defense. HP. Do I steal 5% divinity from the target? But this will steal 10% divinity. Alrighty. So let's go real quick to 130. And let's farm 130. Hangu and this. Let's see if we can get Sphinxes or Aphrodites or even a Samadhi. Sphinxes, Aphrodite, or Shamash. Lovely. Or okay, so we went 364 base res, 424 with Sphinx in the lead. Res up puts him just shy of 600 res. 30,000 damage multiplier for res. Alright, alright, well, we'll have also Blaze going for him. You know how much Blaze does for damage. Blaze 1 deals damage equal to 2% enemy max HP to all heroes on the team. Blaze 2 deals damage equal to 4%. Okay, so Blaze could work. We don't. Oh, we could put it back on him for sure. And then what Blaze does Grim output? Blaze 1, 2%. Okay, so it's like a better than bleed. It's 2 times better than bleed. And with us stealing as much divinity as we are, maybe that will offset. So that'll be our goal to see how that works. A 4. But we have 364 res. I would have loved to have gotten like 365. I think it would have made a difference. We'll have to see if we can get one more res somewhere. Or a little more res somewhere. I hope we just get an Aphrodite right off the start here. Go on. Or a Sphinx. I could use either of them. Really, eight Legos that we need. 3 Aphrodites, 4 Sphinxes, and 1 Smash. And that would be a full, completely maxed out team. I don't know what more you could do to max it out except really get gear that was perfect. But, you could spend the whole 10 days trying to farm for that perfect gear and still not get it. So at a point, you need to do what an attack with what you have. And I think we're going to be 95% or higher, max out. Cyrus. Universal imprints could be useful right now. Let's go to 130 and just auto run for fun. Auto run it, and we'll see if we can't get an Aphrodite, a Sphinx, or a Smash. Nice. One more. One more. Throw time down. Look at you guys. Look at you guys. Give us a Aphrodite. Give us an Aphrodite. That would be huge. One Aphrodite would be nice. That'd make a big difference. Mash is up. Nice. Come on, Aphrodite, please. Just one Aphrodite. One Aphrodite or her imprint. Either one. I wouldn't be mad at. No. Not the vodka lock. Alright, so what I'm going to do right now to try to farm some heroes is go to 150 and put in the team. Time to match up that. And here we go. No, this is not accurate. Zeus is out. And Sphinx is in. Let's see how this goes. I am excited to see how this goes. Maybe we, as a reward for this working, we'll get Aphrodite. Maybe, right? If the gods are fair, but they're not. They're not fair. and neither is life. So forge your own fate. There we go. Nice easy roll through the waves. Nice easy just surfing through the waves here. California surfing in the USA. Something like that. I made up those. Oh boy. Broomhill, what are you doing? Making it difficult. Slowing us down here. Really looking to see what his damage deal is, Percival. We'll do our 150. We are landing blades at least, so that's good. Working. And he doesn't have accuracy, so. Radiance. He's got a lot of buffs on him already. 5, 10, 15, somewhere between 15 and somewhere around 15, but he does not appear to be hitting very hard. We shall see. We shall see. I think that third awakening for Aphrodite is going to be huge. Okay, he hit there. He hit OK. And he put ward on himself. And he knocked somebody out. All right, he's starting to hit. He's starting to hit. He's learning. He's got ward for 3 turns, too. That's nice. It's going to be powerful. Who got stunned? Oh, is that Percival? It's a little bit of a slow farm, but see how we do. When we get to Fafnir here. Nice. Finish. Here we go. First real test of him. Actually, times speed. Okay. Mash, don't attack, and increase. ally attack or ally protect on. Heal divinity. Res up? No, he doesn't have his res up yet. That's he's gonna get his ult here. That's why. All right, everybody is attacked. No stress. Let's get everyone's ults back up. Blaze on them. I wonder if we can land. Blaze 3, so it's his back at him, which is the best way to do it. Heimdall puts it back on him. Wonder if I should then put his imprint on himself and give himself 15% res per buff. It'll make enough of a difference. Block. Strong, block, blunt. Turn meter in 748. Weak. He doesn't have all the buffs built up on it, so. Is it because she doesn't have as much speed? Res up. Retaliate ward. That's good. Any buffs? He's got ward 4 turns. Percival can put it on himself 3 turns. But it's more important that Heimdall puts it on himself because he intercepts all the damage from everyone. So therefore, the dragon can hit us as many times as he wants, as long as the intercept is on and ward. Heimdall's not taking any damage, and no one else is either. So that's cool. Him having a 4-turn ward is massive on him. Well, it's slow, but it's working without a problem. Let's see if this helps. Nobody's hurt. Too bad. Okay. Nobody with a AoE res up in the alpha that I can find. All right, we're cooking through this. Wasn't too bad. Oh yeah, you're done, son. No bleeds. No bleeds. We didn't bleed you. We burned you. We put blunts in on. We dropped blunts on you, and then we had to blaze them blunts, and burn you. Come on, Scotty. Beating 150. See, Asgard, Universal Imprint. Let's go. Right? This should be Loki or Odin or any one of them could be, or heck, hell, right? Awaken. Nope. Gone. Every single one. That would have been a nice awakening. Damn. Okay, so we're just gonna farm this one. And we're gonna put in Achilles and see how he does compared to. wolf. That would be nice. We would really benefit from a piece. This is attack. Let's see if there's any wolf pieces with it. Quite a bit. Speed, attack, initiative. Speed is 154. But that would let us. No. Piece is 10%. Nope. 10. There we go. This one and look for one. Let's try this with Achilles instead of Percival. And that way we go this, this, this. Achilles and Sphinx. Right? Yeah. Where's Heimdall? Heimdall. Okay. Let's see how this does. Of course, Achilles isn't maxed, but one thing I want to look for here is the bleeds working? Is it only Drac that's messed up with the bleeds? If that's the case, we might be able to just drop in Achilles into the team and be okay. Percival was not really set up for success in that one. He didn't have long enough to build his buffs up. But if this one goes well, we will leave it to farm 150. Although that's kind of dangerous. But I think this team is mostly unkillable. I don't know. Just trying to see if we can get one more Aphrodite or two more Sphinxes. That's kind of the two we're really looking for. We could get one more Shamash, but it's not the end of the world if we don't. We really just need Aphrodite and Sphinxes imprints, which we never get their universal imprints, so that's been falling off, and we haven't been able to get them, so we've just done without. The bleeds are bleeding. We look strong. Hell's down. From hell, could you go down? Thank you. Hey, come on. Who are you kidding? Yeah, exactly. God, you tough. I like it. Not today. All right. Is it second wave or is oh wow, we're here. We are here. No messing around. It's Fafnir time. We're gonna bleed you down to Electric Avenue. Yeah. And then we'll take you higher. Come on now. Let's do some Fafnir slaying. Oh wow. Aether burn. Bleed. How many did he put? Let's see. 0. He put 0 bleeds. That really is 0 bleeds. Wow. All right. I guess the first bleed is 0 bleed. And then 9 is 10th bleed. Oh, that's confusing. I don't know why 0 wouldn't be the 10th, but who knows? Who knows? We are keeping him from getting his divinity. That is for dang sure. Right? It hits me nothing to us. The bleeds are working. The blades is working. We are cutting him down to size. This could be a good farming team right here. Hopefully we can also get Achilles up to 6-star, and then that way we can run Percival, we can run Achilles one time and see who records the better score. Since Drac is out, he's not working. I'd love to use, I can also use Shinigami. He has an interesting max HP, so I'd love to see what Shinigami will do. So those are the 3 runs I'm going to do is going to do Percival, Shinigami, and Achilles. So we'll rotate through the damage dealer and see if Shinigami does better for us or Achilles does better for us. And Shinigami, we probably can put the same. Well, I don't know if we need Blaze because Heimdall puts it back on in Blaze 3. That's better than anything. So we might just change Percival's imprint too. It doesn't seem like we need Blaze. We'll put it back on him. So let's look for, while that's playing, let's look for a different imprint for Percival if we weren't going with the blades. Place reflect on the ally. Throw is defeated. Rinse. Yes, did it. That was pretty good. Pretty solid. Pandora, that's not what I was hoping for. Another waste. Alright, let's go see. Okay, so damage is inflicted on an enemy by their ally. Nope, not one of those work. Puts 10% more damage on an bleed. Nope, that doesn't make any sense. Maybe. That could be good with Aphrodite. Well, we have Heimdall taking nearly all. That doesn't work. So there's Dagonet, sure. Maxim is heroes match. Percival, so he is. We don't have anybody else, but he's Avalon. Aphrodite, Smash, Heimdall, Percival, Sphinx. No, they're all. None of them are. That doesn't work at all. Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's interesting. We may have to go back to the res here. Ah, that's the other one. Okay, this is the one. All right. Well, what if we go HP? Steal the enemy target. see. Really see. Yep. Buff the target. We're gonna take that off. Accuracy and attack. Alright, there we go. So that's 150. Run it. And we are going to run to the store while this is going. 7 perfect timing. Run to the store. And we will be back. Let me see. The only thing is to put his own imprint on him. Versatiles, yeah. Yeah, only thing I could see that would help him would be getting his passive imprint. All right. So, up here. I'm wondering if it's not the best idea to farm 150 just because it's dropping imprints and then I'm not getting the imprints. So kind of a waste. Like the valuable drops that I'm hoping for, I don't actually see them. So maybe I should drop down to 130 and farm that for heroes trying to get Aphrodite and Sphinx copies. It just stinks because it's none of the imprints are converting over. So I'd just be farming this, getting a ton of great imprints, and then not seeing any of them. Um, that looks like, and these are long farms, so I'm gonna let this one finish, and then I'm gonna switch. I might even try farming 30 a little bit real quick before I go. I have to run out and run some errands real quick, but I'm gonna leave it to farm probably on 130. But I want to do about 5 runs on level 30, 5 to 10 runs on level 30 before I go. Just to see. That's the level I pulled Aphrodite in wave 1 was level 30. So I just want to see if maybe she's part of a pool of Legos that if you do proc the Lego drop, then she might be one of them. I don't know if that's a thing. I'm just going to test it real quick, do 10 quick runs and see if we get one of her. That would be huge because we could awaken her to A3, and that would be a big update to her kit. So, all right, we got a lot of bleeds on. We're looking good. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 bleeds. Block, block, block. Okay. So that's huge. 8th of burn reduces divinity. So what he uses on us is exactly what we want to use on him. So that's why reflecting back the debuffs on him like Heimdall does is so powerful. Anyone who has any reflect and or that transfers debuffs back is super powerful for this team. All right, look at us go. Yeah, crush it. That's got to be it. Come on now. Put him down. Put that dragon down. I mean, we've got the farming down real solid. I don't feel like it's going to fail at all. But not sure if the rewards are ever going to be worth it because we may not get to see any of those imprints. It would really be awesome if we did. We could have been at a much different place now, but we've had to go the manual way. 4 star. See, look at that. Asgard random universal imprint. And it will not show up. Nope. Never does. So yeah, we're not gonna farm that one anymore. That doesn't make any sense. Um, let's go like this. Oh, we already have it. Boom. up the account here real quick. Just make sure we're not filling up and not being able to collect the ones we want. I will leave the Baruks out. I think I need to rebuild the Baruk. Could you please stop whining at me? Wow, a lot of the knocks on the moon. Not bad. Okay, we're good. Alright, let's go down and do a quick level 30 down in Dirity. This is the first time you see Fafnir. Let's use our team to destroy him! Zeus is gonna run loose through this. Oh, Aphrodite's like, don't worry, I got it. I'm an AoE damage dealer now. At this level. Ooh, crushed him. Alright. Let's show Fafnir what it's all about and get an Aphrodite for our troubles. Fair trade. Hi, sir. We beat your big brother a minute ago. Your fire does not have us feeling fear. We're on a divinity stealing tier. Oh my word, one shot at him. One shot at that monkey. Monkey dragon, just bam. Okay, let's do this. We're gonna go replay and we'll do 9 more. We'll see if we get any kind of Lego drop. Any Lego drop. And if we don't, then we'll switch to 130, farm it, and go for a quick errand. It's crazy. It was like 1, 2. He doesn't ult, but like 3 moves. 4. And then 5. We one-shotted Fafnir, it looked like. Zeus might have one-shotted him or something. I don't know. It was fast. It was so fast. I was like, what the fuck? His intro was longer than he lasted. We got our shield up, and Zeus got his ult. After Aphrodite pushed his ult, she really didn't need to. Zeus gets his ult and ends it. Boom. Wow, 92,000 damage. Boom. One shot right there, huh, Zeus? Zeus says, don't you worry about it. What do we got for our second run here? Aphrodite, or Sphinx. Aphrodite. Oh, that's not what me thinks. Okay, number 2, we're down. 2 down. You know what? I'm gonna make it a little quicker. Don't be whining at me. We're not going just yet. Gotta wait a minute. I have to see something first, and then we'll go. Okay, don't whine. This whining doesn't get us there any faster, okay? It's the truth. Alright, so this will be number 3. Give me an Aphrodite. It rhymes. Do it. It's the cool thing to do. You know it is. Oh my. Stop your whining. What are you whining for? Oof, that's a hard-hitting lightning bolt. Smash says, I did a lot of hard work there, but not really. Number 3. Nothing. Alright, we're going to edit the team. We're going to take this. We're going to go Pangu and Hell. We're going to smash a lot faster. For sure. Nice. Nice. That's the kind of hit we were looking for from you. A big solid slap through a wave. Sending the enemy to their grave. Oh, you're a poet and you know it. One shot him. 2 shot him, sorry. He preps it with love. And then Shamash says, attack up. Boom. Oh, Zeus didn't have his ult for some reason. So couple more smacks. Let's see what the time was. I think it was under 110, which was the one before. Holy moly, be quiet and stop that. Yep, 59. Okay. So that's 4. Let's do 6 more runs, and then we will switch it to 130 and go do our errand. Seeing if we can get an Aphrodite or a Sphinx here. An Aphrodite would be absolutely huge for our team. I would really like an Aphrodite, sir. Like, just 3 more copies if you could. No, that's number 5. We have 5 to go. That's a sold, and that is not going to do it. Let's see if we get 1 out of 10. You know, if we get 1 Lego drop out of 10. It's fast, so we might even be able to go like 1 out of, see if we get 1 out of 20. It's only a minute each. Not terrible. Come on, drop an Aphrodite. This will be run 6. Oh, the opposite of Aphrodite. So this is number 7. one-hit wonder, Mr. Dragon. This is number 7. Come on, Aphrodite. Or Sphinx. I'll accept the Sphinx. Nope. On to 8. 7 turns. Not bad. We could make it a little faster, but it's almost negligible at this point. It's not going to make much of a difference. The time to tinker with it is what all we would probably have gained anyways, so it becomes a walk. All right, this is number 8. We need an Aphrodite here. Come on, drop an Aphrodite. Please, please, I've been so good. No, that is a Kunoichi. We are now on 9. I'm assuming we're going to go 0 for 10. Will we go 0 for 20? We will definitely stop at 20 if we do and switch to 130 and head out. But it's quick enough for another 10 minutes. Might not be the worst idea to just see if we can get any kind of Lego or if it's just when you beat the level the first time. 1 out of 20 or 0 out of 20 will tell me it's below a 5% chance, and so probably unlikely or 0% chance of happening, if that's the case. Most of the drop rates were above 3%, 4%, so. Especially given that this is, a boss level, you would think there'd be a decent percentage chance of dropping a Lego. But I think they have it capped that you can only get 1 Lego the first time you beat it from a pool. I don't think you can repeat it and get another Lego, but that's what this is checking to see. This is our 9th run. That is not it. All right. You know what? We are only going to do one more run because I'm pretty much convinced that there is not going to be any Legos dropping from this one, and we were going to turn it to 130, head out to do our errand, and then we will be back a little bit. Oops. All right. All right. Puppies, be good. Hey, relax. We're gonna go in a minute, okay? We're just about done. We're gonna go. We gotta take a quick ride, do an errand. We're gonna go in a minute. Just relax. Don't go crazy. Don't go crazy, my little babies. Rarity. Didn't get snuck any Legos or anything that we didn't notice. E. All right, so we're gonna set it up for 130. I think this is more power. make sure it does the first run clean enough. There you go, Pango. Hit it like you mean it. Alright. Coming into the last phase against Heimdall. Do we need Isis on this team to pull buffs? Or can we kill Broomhild? That. Okay, so we're gonna have to go through barrier for this. And we got taunt. And we got taunt. Maybe instead of Pangu, we put Isis in. Start pulling buffs off. I think that's the smart way to that auto battle this. Woo! Crushed them. Zeus is all the power you need. I got this. Yeah, he didn't even knock anyone out. So he should put in Isis, and this will be an even cleaner run. She'll pull the buffs off. Okay, make one adjustment to the team. Come on, give me an Aphrodite. Give me an Aphrodite for my troubles. Nope, that's in the Nox Animal. Edit the team. We're gonna go this way. Isis. Auto run. Now we'll watch this one go, and we should be solid. Nice hit. Nice hit. Zeus. Get crazy with him. Thank you. He got crazy. We're gonna go in a second. It's on the second wave. Just gotta watch it go through 2 more waves and make sure it's solid and clean. Should be no issues. And that'll give us an Aphrodite, hopefully. Or a Sphinx, or both, in multitudes. I need 3 Aphrodites, 4 Sphinxes. Right? Yeah, 3 Aphrodites, 4 Sphinxes, and 4 Zeuses, if you're really counting. That's 11 that I need. Please stop blinding at me. We're going to go out in 2 minutes, okay? Literally. only like a 3 or 4 minute run. Nice, nice. Boom. Now we're gonna knock out. Ooh, that was crazy. God, he's gone. That's gonna bring every. No, it didn't bring everyone in. I thought it would bring everyone in. Only on that first one, I guess. That's nice. Go to Pandora next. Yep. No one will be putting buffs on anyone. Thank you. Meter. Turn meter increase. Okay, he puts up his buff now. Isis, would you kindly steal that from him and these two as well, please? Yep. Doesn't choose Isis. That would be a little faster. Good to know that even when it doesn't choose who you'd ideally want it to, it still works without a problem. Oh, she doesn't take it off there. That shield is irremovable. We just gotta power through it anyways. Okay. I wonder if she's our safe route. Aphrodite. Okay. All right, we're good. We're gonna go. We're gonna go. We'll be back. We'll be back. That's it. You want your bone now, buddy? Okay. All right. Daddy brought you some treats. Aphrodite, though. Enjoy this. Damn it, you're listening. You're gonna get your bone first. Shadow, Gunner, come get the bone. Yeah, we need it. I don't know. I hope we what we see. All right. Let's do this. Let's go for some Aphrodites and Sphinxes. As many as you can give us. We're gone for a little bit. Had to run a couple errands. We are back. Puppies got out. Got a little ride in the truck. They were happy. It was nice. Only 63 degrees. What a comfortable summer day. Usually not that cool, especially for them with their fur. Like an extra 15 to 20 degrees for them. Whatever the temperature is, add 15 to 20 degrees, and that's what they're feeling. So I always try to remember that when I bring them in the truck, when I take them out like that, because to make sure it's not too hot for them. That's not something I like to play around with. Dehydration or heat stroke for them. We had one instance on a walk where we had one of the puppies get a little woozy during the walk, but fortunately we were able to get to water and it wasn't too bad. All righty. All right. Tagging it. All right. let's go heroes. Come on, give us what we need. Only a Heimdall. Wow, 130 didn't drop much at all. Wow. 1 5-star, that's it. Here, wait, tough to come by. All right, well. This team. Very surprised with how little the 130 dropped. It must have been gone an hour. One Heimdall. No real, not much for epics. Like really didn't drop much. Dropped a lot of tomes, I guess. We don't need that. So we'll go for 135, 125, 145. See if we can get Legos that way. It's like they've dried up. We got a bunch of them, and then they dried up. The RNG rates are tough to come by. You guys enjoying that? Now, come, give us that. Oh. Give this a run. Here we go. We are going to go. Let's see what we do. There we go. That first. All I really wanted to do was make sure that I went on Percival first. And we do have Blaze on him. So that will be our damage dealing real point multiplier. Will be his own Blaze 3. Which Heimdall will place on him by transferring back onto him. And Percival will hopefully build up enough buffs to start clapping real hard with this unkillable team. Let's see, we are started just about 8:15. With our Percival run, we want to do a Shinigami and an Achilles run. We'll see which one does best. This is where Percival has 364 base res. Pretty impressive. He also gets 10% res for every buff he has on him. And as you can see, he's got 5 initiative up, 5 speed ups, and they're now 6. If we had Aphrodite awakened one more level, I think that would be even more powerful. But it looks like we're going to stack them up. It's at 8 now. Or 6? Is that 6? That's 6. But Aphrodite keeps going. She keeps pushing more. And we are going to have... and also... Percival puts ward on himself and Heimdall. So Heimdall is taking all the damage to him and has ward up. Which is super powerful for keeping them all alive when Fafnir hits harder and harder and harder. It is better to take no damage. You see the ward for 3 turns there. So that's going to make Percival really tanky because he's just not going to take any damage. Using his own Aether Burn or his own Aether Burn and Blaze against him. We're not keeping it on as much as we'd like to because we're only transferring it when he puts it on us. But we'll also be watching for how much Percival hits for as he gets more and more buffs on him. Fafnir almost has his ultimate, so we are stealing now. He's supposed to have it. There he goes. He uses it. Really, we are unfazed. So that's one ultimate. He ramps up to 20. Maxes out, I should say, at his 20th ultimate. So if he does 19 more ultimates and we're still unfazed by his damage, then we're good. And that will give us a test to see what Percival can do as he really stacks up. We're at 11 initiative up and speed ups on him. Yeah, I'm not even worried. Damage is doing nothing. Nothing at all, friend. Now, our damage output is a little bit less consistent, but I would be using Drac. It's just his bleeds were not doing any damage. When he hit, it was not doing any damage. So I'm trying to find another way. I will also run with Shinigami to see if max HP damage will work, and then we'll run with Achilles to see if bleed in general is not working, or if it's just bleed on for Dracula that's not working. I kind of think it's just Drac, but we all have to see. We'll test it with Achilles. Pushing the ults everywhere. Nice. Lord help. How much was that for? 9,000? Hard to tell. He's got 15 now of each buff. So they're going up. Oh, I'm glad you guys like those bones. Congratulations on the end, the last bit of alpha. I'm glad you guys were so well behaved, so good for me while I pushed hard and played smart. Let's see here if Percival can truly become the #1 damage dealer in Godforge alpha, at least. We will see. We almost got Fafnir down. We've only done 3 million damage. But we look pretty darn unkillable. And while it doesn't seem impressive yet, Percival is only getting more buffs on him. And potentially could just scale infinite. If the game will let him. First wave, it broke the game, froze, so it's looking better now, but we may have to drop it down to one-time speed as we get a little bit higher. There's 20 buffs each. That's 40 buffs on them at minimum right there, just between those two. We're holding his divinity down, so we got blazes, so we're getting, I think, 5% HP or 4%, yeah, 6% HP off a blaze 3, which is what he puts on us. So basically, is what we put back on him. Yes, we're back. But I like the team. They're looking solid. Look how fast the divinity gain is there. Everybody is jumping up, getting their ultimates very easily, very quick, even while he's in his enraged state, not in his exhausted state. And it's good we're not holding him in his exhausted state. Oh, there we go. He didn't get his ult, though. We kept it back. Now, I think that blaze is coming from Percival there, because we kept Broomhild's imprint, because the only thing that I made sense to put on him other than Broomhild's is his own to get 5% more on his imprint, and that'll give him 15% res for every buff. That's obviously even more powerful, but I didn't have a Percival to put him imprint on him, and I just rolled with Broomhild, so he's putting a Blaze 1 passively every time he's attacked. And remember, he has ward up, and there's redirect damage to Heimdall, who also has wards, so basically they're not taking any of the damage. They also, I don't think we have men's. Do we have men's at all? No, without Dracula, we're down the men. Oh no, maybe Shamash does put it on at some point. I think he does. But now we're at 26 buffs times 2. So we're about to be approaching, easily over 60 buffs. And we're at 4 million damage. drain. We got acid on him and vulnerable. So he's taking 20% more damage under damage causing debuffs. Like that drain and that acid. So that's a nice combo. Sphinx has a blaze on her. He does increase attack and radiance. I don't know if he... Do we not have any men's? It looks like we might not, but I don't know if it matters. It's hard to tell if it's going to matter given enough time. But I think we do have heals via sold imprints on their weapons. So there should be some heals going out, I would imagine. Okay, let's see what he does. Resisted, resisted, resisted. He's at 31. And has 40% res up on him. So his res has gone up to 500 or so. And he's getting 50 res per buff times almost 80 to 100 buff. So that's a 5,000 res boost. And he gets 200% res multiplier on 2 of his hits. So while he's here, he's just building and hitting harder and harder. I'm hoping at a point you'll see when he hits that the damage really just starts to jump and jump and jump and jump. And that'd be what we're hoping for. That would mean that it is working that way. It is truly scaling off the number of buffs he has. Because right now we're at 55 each. Looks like no chance really of dying. More so maybe a chance of having it freeze with the number of buffs we're rolling. Started at 8:15, so it's been 15 minutes, 5 million. Very slow gain. Without the bleed, it's a very slow gain. But I'm anticipating a not a linear gain, a multiplicative gain, or like an exponential gain here, as he continues to gain more buffs each turn. He's then gonna do more damage every single time, and these buffs are not being reduced down, so he's just doing more damage, more damage, more damage. As longer this can go, the more damage Percival can do. And I'm curious to see what that total is. Heimdall with 5, Awaken 5 is massive. He's putting that shield out every time. I wish Sphinx and Aphrodite were A5 too. That would be huge. Or even if Aphrodite was A3, I would take it. That's big. That would further, I guess, solidify this build or this team here. And we are now at 39. Okay, so some of the buffs might come off, I guess, or is that 59 or 39? 39. So I guess maybe when he does take a turn, it's kind of like they go up, go up, go up, get taken down a little, go up, go up, go up, get taken down a little, go up, go up, go up. But they're overall gaining more. He's gaining more buffs because they're taking more turns and having more ultimates before Fafnir goes and controlling his turn meter. That he's gaining a bunch, like 2 and losing 1, and gaining 2 and losing 1, and gaining 2 and losing 1. So he's still going up, it looks like. And it's just between turns that he gets to a higher level. And so his damage will kind of like go like this, like in waves, it looks like. But again, we're not seeing massive damage just yet. We're hoping when he's got over 100 buffs, maybe when this thing is an hour in and we're at 100 million, who knows if it's truly as unkillable as we think it is. We'll see what Percival can do at, a really high number of buffs with his res at, 365 almost, base res. Ward, nice. So even Heimdall has 25 and 25. So that's the thing too, is if I was manualing it and making sure that Aphrodite did her core and put it on on Percival each time, then those buffs would go even faster, I think. But it's okay. I'm just running it on auto and letting her get everybody into the fight because that will overall improve how fast everyone gains their ultimate, and it will be better for the whole team. So it's better, more efficient. Even though I feel like I want to focus on just building Percival, but I need to make sure the whole team supports him too. So that's the. It's actually the auto's a little smarter on this one. I'd go with the auto. And you see, we're barely doing damage. I mean, we're getting to 6 million here. Not that crazy, but he's over 100 bucks right now. He's at 100 bucks, and it only hits for 81.77. So that's interesting. I don't know. Maybe it's not factoring in all the buffs because that's his own passive. It's 10% res for every buff he has. He's got 50 between the two, 100 between the two, and then another 10, 15, or whatever, or 12. Yeah, so it's like 100. He's got like 110 right there on him, and he's only hitting for 8,000, unless that's not showing properly. 9,000, yeah. And we'll see. We'll see how high the numbers get, and maybe the fact that they're not getting too high too fast will make it more sustainable and will last longer. But we do expect exponential growth if it works. So we'll be looking for it to kind of rapidly start picking up, or more rapidly pick up once he gets to higher and higher levels. Wait, wait. All right, 57 of each. We're gaining a little bit quicker than we were. No worries. Barrier for days. And then the shield. Like, no big deal. No big deal, man. How many ults has he gotten? I don't know. It's been a few. I have not minded any of his attacks. Really like how the team is running right now. I don't see anything wrong as long as it doesn't glitch and do anything weird where Heimdall doesn't use his ultimate or something like that. And I don't know, maybe at a point we'll have to drop it down to 1 time speed, but we'll see. Right now it feels like it's handling it. And look at that. Absolutely no problem with your attack, sir. You throw that fire at us all you want. We're cool operators. We don't mind it. Yeah, that's what I would say if I was there. I felt like there was a mosquito, but then I looked and it was Fafnir. And I said, "Oh, Fafnir, you bit me like a mosquito there. Please be more gentle." Talking smack to Fafnir right in the middle of the fight. Who does that? Who is this guy? You know, get smacked to the dragon. Can't take me anywhere. 8.2. I feel like we're gaining faster. He's at 62. This rate, though, it's going to be a slow one until he really builds up. I don't know, 600,000 buffs. How long is that going to take? Although, let's see, we started at 8:15, so it hasn't even been a half hour yet. Hasn't even been a half hour of the run, and we have 63 buff times 2, 125 buffs there. You know, so we're easily over 130 to 135 buffs, and we're not even a half hour in. That's good to know. And the ward. Just in case. Oh, no damage, sir. Just nothing. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. He can't hurt you. He's a tame little bunny. Oh, I couldn't see the score on that one. We're about to get. Oh, my word. We're rock snocking ya. Good and right. Right in the snot. Boom. Oh, that was a strong hit, and it was like 12,000. So it's going up. Okay. Hey, it's working ish. It's working ish. Let's see what we do. I would love for this team to just be so unkillable that we finish it like #1, and I'm like, see, I told you Percival was the best. It was just because Drac didn't work for me. I would have had that team going right now. That was necessity is the mother of invention, they say. And I am inventing a little bit of craziness here with some res-based damage dealing. 68 buffs times 2. That's we're at 150 buffs on him. All right, looking good, looking good. 10 million. We finally eclipsed 10 million. We're 30 minutes in. I feel like that's not that bad. So that's, he's got 88 and 88. So that's 176 right there. So there's easily 180 plus. Yeah, there's definitely spurts where we add a bunch of buffs as we get the joint attacks and things like that, and we get multiple attacks. Yeah, I could really use an Aphrodite one more level. I wish the imprints were working. That would be very key to this. Making it really crazy. Like, maybe it would go forever. But this is going to be a slow one. If we do a score above 255 million, it's going to be slow. It's going to be like half the night to do it. But if we're doing 20 million every hour, and it's only going up a little, or it's getting more and more, because you're getting more and more buffs, then, let's say 20 million the first hour, 30 million the second hour, there's 50 million. 40 million the next hour, that's 90 million. 50 million the next hour, that's 140 million. It just goes slow, but it's going to keep ramping up. So, yes, it's just going to be an attrition battle, and hopefully nothing glitches, and we can actually play it all the way out. That would be nice. So far, so good. It all looks clean with the A5 for Heimdall. Seems like it takes out that glitch because he uses it at the beginning, so it just avoids the situation altogether. 13,000. Okay, so he's hitting harder. He's hitting harder now. He's at 100, 200 buffs. Okay. At 200 and something buffs, he's doing a 12,000 hit. So maybe we get up into the thousands of buffs and he starts to hit like crazy. I don't know. I will see if it lasts this long. If it lasts that long. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. But I like it. I wanted this to work in the first wave and it just didn't. And now I have everything for it, with the exception of Aphrodite having maybe her A5. That would be the only thing better. And Sphinx having Her A5 would be better. That's it. That's the only two things that could make this run better than it is in terms of like maxing something out. Maybe their gear too could be, just a little bit better, but for the most part, it's pretty solid, and I think it passes all the thresholds it needs to keep them rotating through their skills, keeping the right amount of protection every time, and then refreshing it right before it needs to be. So the speed tune is good. Will we get to 20 million in the first hour? That is the question. 22,000. Might have been a 22,000 hit there. The good thing is I can always go back and watch it later at like quarter speed or half speed, catch everything. So that's what I do. I watch the film. I take it to the game room, watch the film, break down what happened, figure out how to beat it. That's how I do it. Secret sauce. I get elbows in, deep into that problem. Figure it out. 11-5 almost here. Man, I like the team. I like what's going on. We've got a buttload of buffs on Percival, my purple feathered mystery man, the man of the hour, the one who I think is just going to go bananas with this damage as he continues to. He's now at 100 and 220 plus buffs, probably about 230, 240 buffs on him right now. And we're not even inside the first hour of the fight. So if this continues at this pace, I mean, 3 or 4 hours are going to have almost 1,000 buffs on him. And he's got a passive that 10% of his res, he gets a 10% boost to his res for every buff he's under. He's under 1,000. That's insane. And he has 2 res multipliers on his hits. So on his basic and his ultimate. So when he hits with a res multiplier of 200%, and he has res of 100,000, that's nuts. Like he has res like HP. If it keeps going, that's what we're trying to see if we can get to happen. Boy, we have Heimdall is at 88 and buffs for the initiative up and speed up. So that whole 111 for Percival each. That's 222 plus, another 10 or 15. So that's 235, almost 240 buffs. We're nearing the 250 buff mark, and we are not at an hour yet. We still have 20 minutes until we hit the 1 hour mark. Okay, so 250 buffs. That will be 125 of each of these. That's a minimum. We'll say like that's 250. $250 plus buffs. Just about. He's not quite there yet. 115, 115. That would be 230. It's close, but it's not quite there yet. We'll flip it on when we'll hit up different milestones. We are at 13 million. We've got Radiance, so the Radiance is doing damage. We're doing a lot of passive damage. It's cool. We don't have to like bring it all. 116 and 116. 13 million damage. Nice. He's got res up on himself for 2 turns. Joint attack. 118. so 125 will be when we can call 250 pretty safely. So she'll put it on again. There you go, 121. And then I think when Shamash does the joint attack, she puts a bunch on him, like kind of ramps it up. Oh, and she puts her ultimate. Every time she uses her ultimate, she ups it. Yeah, right? Yeah, 122. Every time she uses her ultimate, she ups it. That's what it is. And she has her ultimate almost between each turn. So that keeps all basically 5 times per turn. It gets pushed up, and then once or twice it gets pulled back down. So 3 to 4 buffs per turn is what it looks like, and there's nothing stopping it. So if this keeps, yep, there we go, 124. You can say safely 250 plus buffs right now, 13.5 million. We haven't seen him ramp up too much yet, but I mean, it is moving up. It is ramping up. But that wasn't much. So we're hitting him back with some of that radiance. 7,500. Wow, it doesn't seem like they're ramping actually. Either that or that's his basic is just less. No, it's 200% of his res again. So I don't know. Maybe it's just not working the way it's supposed to. Maybe his passive isn't giving him 10% res and per buff, and then maybe it's not flowing through to his damage, multiplier. I don't know. Because you'd think he'd be doing more than 7,500. Yeah, that's only 6,800. That's weak for. He's got 250 plus buffs on him. He was doing that damage when he was back in the beginning. So it doesn't look like he's actually ramping his damage up. But with it being an unkillable team, he might just wind up being the best damage dealer just because of he's in the team. I don't know. But it doesn't appear to be working the way you would hope it would. So Achilles is probably going to do damage faster because his Percival's passive does not seem to actually be counting the number of buffs. I mean, he's got 275 almost now. And it doesn't seem like it's changing. But we'll see. Maybe at 1,000, we'll let this run for a bit and we'll see just how much it impacts or does not impact his 275 plus buff. All right, 14 million. 15 minutes till our first hour in. We were hoping to be at 20 million by the first hour in because we were at 10 million by the first half hour. So it would seem, but Percival does not. Wow, 10,000. He doesn't seem to be hitting for as much as I would expect him to hit for almost having 300 buffs on him. But then again, it might be really high levels of buff. Let me go to my calculator. Quick. So, how many buffs? So at 2,500 buffs, he's going to be doing 300,000 damage per hit, is what I'm expecting. That's when he has his res up on him for 40%. And yeah, that's what I'm expecting is 2,500 buffs. He will have 300,000 damage because he'll have 150,000 in battle res. So we'll see. We'll see. I think the milestones will be important. Okay, so this is like a diesel engine. It takes a while to warm up, warm up the engine and get this thing cooking. But at 1,000 buffs, and he's already almost at 300. He's at 300, and we're inside the first hour. Still has 12 minutes until the first hour's up. So let's say we get to 1,000. He's doing 120,000 per hit because he has 60,000 res. I really want to see him do that. But the damage numbers that are coming out still don't match with the buffs here. Seems like his passive doesn't work or isn't working or isn't applying. So we'll see. But like we said, if it keeps going up, that's what's exciting. All right. Safely at 300 buffs plus 15 million damage. He's doing roughly, he's supposed to be doing 36,000 a hit with his 18,000 res in damage right now. Hey, in battle. I'm not seeing that in his damage numbers, but perhaps it's just not showing up properly. I don't know. Like 36,000 is not going to move this meter that fast for millions, but we're getting there. Like I said, by the time we get to 1,000, 3 times more than what we have, he'll be doing almost 120,000 a hit. That'll should be starting to be noticeable. 10 of those hits is a million, and then like I said, it's just going to keep going. So we might be at 8 hours, and we're going to start doing insane amounts per hit. But it will. This is the diesel engine run. There's no killing this team here, as long as it doesn't glitch. Don't know. We might be doing this till 11 a.m. tomorrow. And just at least recording that we put in and couldn't end the highest score and the best top damage dealer in Percival. Although you got to admit, it's kind of fun that he's now, well over 300 buffs and just not stopping it would appear. Just not stopping at all. We're at 16 million. We're moving. Which we wanted to be 8 minutes left. We wanted to be at 20 million by the time we were at 1 hour. We're not so far off from that. We might actually be there. So we're on point because we did 10 million in the first half hour. 20 million in the second half hour would be fine. Only like a slight increase, if anything. But then the third half hour, maybe we're going to start building up. Maybe we're going to hit 1,000 and we'll start seeing damage start to build even more. So it's significant. I think at 500, that's going to be a big one. So we're going to go like this. One second. You like your bones, baby? Yeah, I'm glad you enjoy that. Gotta get some good stuff. Well, you very well behaved. You guys did very well. I was working a lot. You always were very well behaved. You whimpered at me a little, but I like it. I like knowing you're there and you love me. You need stuff. And I get lost in my work, so it's important for you guys to remind me to go outside and see the sun and take care of the puppies and do other good things. All right, here we go. We are back in action again. Okay. This is definitely the slow boat, but I don't know. I kind of like it. What's the ad now? 166 to 175. That'll be 350. We're almost at 350. Lyman. So 5 minutes left till the first hour's up. Let's see if we can get 400 bucks in the first hour. That would be 200 each here. There'd be a little bit of a stretch maybe in the last 5 minutes. but we'll watch and see if we can get to 400 buffs in the first hour. We're now at 340, about 350 plus buffs easily. We got 30. We might come close. We might come close to 400 buffs in the first hour. And at that rate, $13 go. We could get as many as 50. So he'd be doing 618,000 damage per hit if we get to 5,200 buffs, which is what we could do with the remaining time, roughly 52 to 55, I would say. 5,500 buffs would probably be the max, and we'd be able to do 650 damage per. But as you're seeing, it's a slow boat, so perhaps it's just too long of a fight. This is like days and days, but with the rest of the team being as unkillable as they are, this could potentially be the highest damage dealing team. It's just the slowest possibly that you could use. $178. 2 minutes. Doesn't look like we're gonna. Well, what do we got? 5, 10. There's almost 20 other buffs, so that we're very close. We're within 20 buffs of being at 400. So, and within 15 or 20 buffs of 400 at an hour. That's not, and we're not even done yet. So he keeps putting it on. Man, imagine if we had Mjolnir and she actually, it doesn't even seem like it would matter. She has it every other turn, just like we did last wave. One minute left. So it's 181, 181. So that's 360, and then it's about 380, I guess. 380. Being fair. Being fair, at 1 hour, 190, 190, so it's like 17 each. We're very close. We're very close. Roughly 400 an hour. Nothing seems killable about him. Just a very slow death because we're not putting bleeds. So, buff. Okay. Interesting. Okay, okay. We are over 400 bucks. Probably let this run until at least midnight. See what it gets up to. Just keep doing more damage. So, I mean, not a bad first hour. We didn't make it to 20 million, so something petered off between, and it keeps doing it. And maybe, oh, you know what? It's because he gets more every time he gets his ultimate. He's getting defense and HP, I believe, as well as attack. So that's why it's doing less. But once we get him to his 20 ultimates, he's pretty much done. He's capped at his thing, and we'll know what the progression looks like from there. So it's kind of like we get beaten down, but then it rises back up and starts to go. You just got to be really patient with this team. This is the patience team, the Zen team. Sit and watch, my son. Let it do what it do. I am out of my ever-living mind. Yes, yes. Only that. Only I would go after a res-based damage dealer. What a loony balloony. Trying to be different. Look at what you've gotten yourself into. You can't stop the fight. You can't look away. It's got you. This is true. This is true. But only 5 minutes into the second hour, we're almost 20 million. We've got over 400 buffs on Percival there. So So with the time we have left in alpha, I could get about 5,500 buffs here on Percival and be doing about 650k per hit if it works the way it's supposed to. Um, it's a little I'm a little unsure if it is. The number you just saw there does not seem like it is. He has almost 400 and 40 buffs on him, 400 almost 450 buffs on him, and it doesn't seem to be reflecting in his damage. But let's see. Well, yeah, 12-7. It just doesn't seem to be working, to be honest with you. Even though that's how it reads and that's what it says, it doesn't appear to be doing the kind of damage we need. So I'm actually going to pull the plug on this one now, an hour in, and just swap with Achilles for bleed, or I might try Shinigami and see how he does for this team. So I'm going to quit right there. And now we know what the divinity or what the gain rate is for buffs on him. We're gonna go to Shinigami. Oh, let's see what Shinigami's rolling. We need him to have accuracy, if I remember correctly. So each hit has a 40% chance to destroy max HP with 5% of the damage inflicted and steal one random buff. Yeah, we need accuracy. First, drain. Here. So that's he has 114 accuracy. This is move. That's fine. That can stay. Rank. Drac. Crit. No. Gives him 64.5% crit. Plus the accuracy. That's attack. Defense. HP. Rank. Level. Crit. HP. Attack. Speed. Crit damage. Res. And let's HP, crit damage, attack, Jaguar. Still kind of weak though. Hmm. That's looking to be the best one so far. Let's put that on. Okay. Attack. Let's see. We've got that gives me crit damage. Initiative. fails an attack. Now he needs active on this guy right here. Yep. Boom. 47, 24. Okay. Let's roll this with Shinigami. Okay, so we don't have to go res first. Go this way. Shinigami. All right. It is 9:30. We're starting. Did that even hit damage? Because it looks like it didn't. But we're getting all the right buffs on him. I like that. Puppies, relax with that. Stop fighting over the bones. You all have enough. Wow, 240 damage. That was just up. Are you going? Are you doing anything? What you got going? Hex. Okay. Defense is down. Defense down. One. Helpful. Okay. Let it run. I'll let it run at least till 10. We'll give it a half hour. I'm already not super excited about the damage he's finding out, so we'll see. That doesn't do anything. Train helps. Alright. So he heals from it. Making him really unkillable. So this one could go for a long time. Let's just see what the damage for time is at the half-hour point. I have a feeling Achilles, if the bleed works, will be the best option, hands down. We'll probably do the fastest amount of damage because he'll get up to 30 bleeds, and then that should just basically keep. Actually, we might be able to take some Aminonos off and just keep him. We might be strong enough to not even need those. And just start maxing the damage with other ones. We could try a run with other weapons and see just like a max damage run, not trying to take any divinity, and see how that goes too. All right, let's see. How you doing? We got vulnerable on him, acid, 46,000. Resisting a lot of something. I don't know what he's resisting a lot of. Block. Those must be the turn meter thing. Or divinity steals. The blocks. Destroy health. But he has an infinite amount of health, so you really can't destroy him. Like, how much HP does he really have? Wow, that's a big chunk. Well, we'll see what a half hour brings us. did get over 400 buffs in an hour. That was, well, we got 400 buffs in an hour. That was interesting. Good to learn. Good to know. That was going to be a long, slow fight of attrition. If we had 10 days to let that run, we would do some insane numbers. But it wasn't going to ramp up fast enough based off the numbers we now saw in terms of how many buffs per hour I could get. It was a pretty clean 400. And so at that point, I don't have enough time, looking at, okay, if I have 5,200 buffs or 5,500 buffs is basically what I calculated I could get before 11 a.m. tomorrow. That was going to be doing 650,000 per hit, but it wasn't going to make enough of a difference in that amount of time to be worth all that time. So if I had endless amounts of time and not just 10 days, then I could run a Percival team and just kind of let it run as unkillable. And he's the only damage dealer I've seen who has an infinite scale to his damage. That's what I'd put it. He has the potential to be the greatest, to be the highest damage dealer in the game. Will he be? Most likely not. Like, most people will not ever want to try to put, 5,000 or 10,000 buffs on him, which, might take 24, 48, 36 hours to do. I'm not sure exactly. At 400 buffs an hour, at least with this team, maybe we can get more buffs in if we get her ultimate faster. But I feel like I'm getting her ultimate as fast as I possibly could. She has it between every other turn, so that's like kind of the max it could be. So I think 400 buffs per hour is kind of the max you can put on a hero in the fight. And yeah, here we are only at 5 million, and we're 18 minutes in to this one. So I guess, I mean, we're on pace, just about on pace for 10 million, same as the last one. But again, not bleed like numbers, for in terms of 30% HP coming off each turn. And now that I think of it, it's probably better for us to not have any or not divinity steal, but turn meter steal, because we have a lot of turn meter steal. And I'll have to figure out. I don't think it's from the weapons, but it's almost better if we don't have turn meter steal and he goes more, and the bleeds proc more. But I don't know if we can really control it that much. We'll have to see. We will have to test it. But yeah, Shinigami is doing, I guess, okay, decent numbers. Thank you, Ed Sheeran. We got all the debuffs we could want and buffs we could want. No issues there. Basically, the Aphrodite, Sphinx, Heimdall, and Shamash core is unkillable. And then you can add whatever damage dealer, but Drac was not working. The bleeds were just not doing any damage at all. So now we're trying other damage dealers. Tried Percival, who has a res-based damage dealer that, in a passive that goes off of how many buffs he has on him. So we got up over 400 buffs on him, and it didn't seem to be working the way it was built. So that's interesting. In my instance, it didn't. At least it wasn't showing the damage numbers that it should have been. So I discontinued or cut that one off. It doesn't look like it actually works the way it reads. So we tested it, but I mean, if it did, we figured out all the information we'd need of how to build it and everything. So potentially the biggest damage dealer, but the kit doesn't seem to work the way it reads. So we'll have to wait and find out. Maybe it's only an alphaism. All right, in this one, we are 19 minutes, just about 20 minutes away from pulling up on this one and seeing where we're at a half hour. First one was at 10 million at a half hour. We are probably going to be a bit above that. That's strange. When he puts the debuff on, it does 0 damage at all. Like, it doesn't do any other damage. It just puts the debuff on. So the join, attack, Ugh. The joint attack function is kicking it in the butt. We like it. It's not our jumbo package, which is Zeus, Shamash, and Aphrodite. It's our Sphinx special. Now, I wonder if we could take Sphinx out and go Zeus. But I don't know if getting those kinds of extra turns will matter. I suppose we could put in Zeus. We're getting all of the debuffing on him from himself. We got acid on him, drain. I mean, we could use bleed. That's the thing. We'll definitely have to try Achilles next. That'll be the third try. And then, third time's a charm, usually usually the case. So well, we did our best runs with Achilles too. So maybe that's what's going to get us back where we want to be, which is 500 million. So really, we want to be able to do 500 million in like 3 or 4 hours tops. Not have it be all night excursion and take up the rest of our time in the alpha. But we will see how well the bleeds are working, or if just Drac is not working for us. So I went looking. We could probably use a Ramses and acid if we needed to. It's not as good, but I mean it's something. Or a Guan Yu maybe. I don't even know if Guan Yu would work, but Shinigami's not looking like he's working that great with a max HP. I think it's messy because Fafnir has unlimited HP, so he doesn't have a defined HP. I bet that's probably a little tricky for it. But we're letting it run for a half hour, and we're about halfway through right now. So we might do 15 million in the first half hour for this one, which would be just a little bit better than the Percival run. But obviously, the Percival run was kind of like a diesel engine. Get that thing, it's like, or more like a locomotive. That was like a locomotive, and if you get that thing up to speed, it would be chugging. It would be chugging by like day 6 or 7. It would be nuts. It'd be doing crazy damage. If you got your team built by day 4 or 5, and just ran Fafnir for the rest, you'd probably blow everyone away because he does. It just keeps going up. 400 buffs an hour. So that's how many a day? I can't do math right now. I'm so tired. I've been pushing hard, but 400 times 24. That's 9,600 buffs a day. Almost 10,000 buffs a day. Okay. So if you go for 5 days, you have 50,000 buffs on him. Okay. And if that's the case, let's go 50,000. He is doing 6 million a hit, 6 million damage a hit. So, now he's hitting 3, 4, 5 times. He's doing many millions every hit. So, this could be a powerful thing. And now you're doing, and it just goes up and up and up. Now you're doing millions. Now you're doing 10 millions. Now you're doing hundreds of millions. By day 8 or 9, you could be doing billions per hit. It's a slow road. It's definitely a slow crawl, but with this unkillable team around him, it could be done. We aren't going to probably do it because we won't spend the time. We won't have the time to do it, but I like it. I've tested it. I think it's cool if you have a lot of time and you want to build that team right from the start, and you're able to build that team right from the start. It's a cool team. Percival has some serious upside. Probably the most upside of any hero in the game. Okay, so we are at 946, halfway point. We're definitely going to do more than 10 million, so we're going to do better than the Percival for sure. But I'm not overly ecstatic about Shinigami, other than that he puts the Hex, and he puts, defense down, and that's good. And we're definitely gaining a bit more damage because of it. But I'm certainly going to cut it off because I think Achilles is going to blow him away it has to blow him away. we got to be looking at, you know, 50 million per half hour would be 100 million every hour. Yeah, basically 50 million per half hour would be about the right amount of damage we would need for it to be a reasonable time frame to work out, trying to get 500 million. Just with the way, well, how long it would take, you know. So we'll see. We'll see if we can do that. If we're not on par with that at 15 million maybe, or like 20 million, maybe this one will do 20 million. Um that's just, it takes 5 hours to go 100 million, and then you got to go, you just, I can't, it won't go fast enough. Obviously Drac would, but he's not working. So we'll go with Achilles after this half hour is up. We got about 12 minutes to go. Technically they're not going to get that much over 10k, well, you know but they'll get over 10k. So this will be sort of the second place team, the Shinigami damage dealer. Percival is our freight train. Shinigami is our diesel engine. Kind of chugs along, but it is a slow kill. But the defense down is nice, so it makes it easier to put damage on him. So we're doing, kind of 1.5 times damage of Percival. Just probably because of the defensive down and the hex. The hex does. Oh, we lost the hex. Oh no, we have it on us now. He transferred it. Allies also take 5% damage. It's half for AoE. I wonder how that works for him alone. I wonder, it just probably takes more damage, I guess. Just one more thing. So we're 10 million, and we still have 10 minutes basically to go in the half hour. Definitely looks to be about 30% more efficient in terms of damage than the last one. But the last one we expected to be a very slow starter. That freight train, once it got started, days in, it would be unstoppable. But uh, now we got Shinigami here as kind of our middle ground with max HP damage. Now you see he is doing like max HP damage up here. That's what it looks like. That's like max HP damage that wouldn't be able to come back. So that's funny. I don't know. That's almost like it's not working because he's got unlimited damage. I wonder, it probably work better on 150 maybe than 151. Maybe Shinigami's better for that, farming 150. But we wanted to test him. We wanted to see how he works, how he hits. Unfortunately, if we quit, we don't get to see like what his damage output is, and we get no information. So that's kind of a bummer. I wish it still showed what he did, because it would be nice to see that, even if you decide to quit the fight, because you're not going to let it run for 80 hours. Things it could work on for wave 3. All right. So how much above 10 million will we get? All right, I got my complete cookie here, my protein cookie. Feeling healthy. Not really. I just like these. They're delicious. Don't eat them because I think they're healthy. I just eat them because I think they taste good. And they're filling. I'm thinking about it, and for the sake of time, I might break a rule and change a couple variables at the same time. So on this next run with Achilles, I may take off all the Emmy no-nos and not let him not have any divinity steal at all, and see how many times he gets, his turn, and let those bleeds proc more frequently and just be unkillable. So we'll put on different weapons for everybody. All right, so we got 7 minutes left. I'm gonna go grab a drink of water while I'm waiting for these 7 minutes to go by. I'll be right back. I thought they were. You guys like me? 3 minutes to go on this fight. Almost at 15 million. We're maxing the debuff bar on him. Shinigami is our diesel engine debuffer. Percival's our freight train. And what will Achilles be? Our fire, our Spitfire, or bleed fire, spit bleed. We're gonna wait about 15 minutes till 10:15 to start this last one. That'll give us some time to build out the new weapons. Make sure we're maxed for damage. We need Samyuns. We need things like that. Might swap out Zeus or Sphinx for Zeus too. Something we may do. We'll see. One minute left. We're pretty much at 15 million. Okay. Nice. All right. We're going to stop there. Go build up the team for Achilles. Good to know that. 15 million in 30 minutes. The other one was 10 million in 30 minutes. But we need about 50 million in 30 minutes to be really where we want to be. One, two, three, four. At this point, might as well. Okay, he's all the way up. Send in. Boom. Here's send it. Okay. Abilities. We upgrade these, yep. What is that one? The wolf. Remove. Basic ability damage by 15%. Crit. Accuracy. Crit. Hack. We don't need brawler though. Right. Flare. Accuracy. We're not going to get anything from that. HP. Hack. Percent. Crit damage. Speed. Crit damage. We have crit here. Accuracy, attack, speed, crit, 8. That one, let's see how it rolls. Not good. have any parasites? One. We parasite. Do we have any? Oh, what's this? HP. Never mind, that's not it. HP. We don't need that though. We don't need to remove. We need to inflict increased damage. We can't use that. Don't have it. What else do we have? Crit rate that works. And then we just need a crit rate. Accuracy, attack, and speed. And then we need non-amino level. Accuracy, res, attack, damage. With no. Let's see. And counterattacking. That's what we'll put on there. Got enhance, imprint. Okay, we can put that on. Okay. That is better. 40% more. Not bad. Okay. Achilles. Now let's see Zeus. Okay, ready. Let's take this off of her. Get from Mjolnir. Okay. Go with Heimdall. Move. Okay, so we'll keep that. All right, so Heimdall's good. Smash has no weapon, and he needs. Well, don't steal divinity. Smash puts out healing, right? Heals all out. Yes. Okay. Go that way with Smash. Let's see if we can see Zeus. Put on level. Achilles has got the attack stuff. Place debuffs. Attack. Speed. Quick tap. And now we gotta go with quick damage. Attack. What's intense? Imprint. Okay, we're going all out on this one. So that is a pretty solid build. The 5k attack, 100% crit, 165% crit damage. And we could still bring that up a little bit, but we're out of coin, I think, right now. So. Bring it up to 10. Okay, let's try this. It is just about 10:15, so boom, boom. Zeus. Right. Achilles, don't hide from me. Oh, 6-5. All right, we are starting at 10:12. If the bleeds are doing damage or not. At least Achilles is. He's hitting and doing damage. That's a good sign. Okay, once we get all the bleeds on him, then I guess just a matter of letting him go as many times as he can, and it'll proc bleeds more. This should be our fast, our speedy team. million in our first minute. Oh, Achilles dead. Interesting. Brings him back. Can we get a buff or a shield on him, please? Thank you. Don't know why that wasn't procking. Wow, we have already cut through all of his half of his HP because it's about 3.3 million, so we're cutting through his HP quick. We should be able to get Achilles back up to protected, but I don't know what was up with that. It's early on, so just managed to get Achilles unprotected and hit him. Maybe he outstripped his buff. That's probably what happened, yeah. But Heimdall should be redirecting now the damage to himself, so yeah. And that will help. That is lovely. Blaze and bleed. Double tapping. We are already almost all the way through his HP here. 3 million HP. Yep, we're through it. So that's what it is. He has 3 million HP, but then when you hit 1 HP, he must put Immortal on himself and just, you can't ever kill him. That makes sense. That's the mechanic of how they've done it. That is a lot of bleeds. We're at 4 million and we're 3 minutes in, so this is a good million per minute. That would be a 30 million pace for a half hour. That's not exactly where we want to be, so we need to be even a little ahead of that. Kind of like 1.5 million per minute. Which Heimdall's using his ultimate appropriately. He looks to be building the shield up. I don't know why Achilles is so weak. Like, he's under the same shield as everybody else. Huh. And it's based off Heimdall. It's not based off Achilles. So I don't know. Weird. Like, doesn't like him. Wants to kill him bad. Retaliate. So we get basically 2 turns because of the retaliate. So 4 minutes in, we're at 5 million. So we're about 1 million a minute, a little over. Just on pace for where we want to be. On pace for where we want to be. Now, Achilles should be increasing his attack up to 50% every time he does his ultimate while Fafnir's under bleed. So every time he does his ultimate, he gets 1% closer to 50% attack increase. So he should be continuing to ramp up, but he caps out at 50%, where Percival didn't ever cap. Now, we are not stealing any divinity, so this is a totally different strategy here, where we just letting him hit, trying to outpace him with our buffs and our shields, and doing as much damage as we can as fast as we can. And just seeing if we truly are kind of unkillable. Right, well, I'm not hating this pace. 6 minutes in, we're almost at 8 million. We're ahead of 1 million a minute pace. That's where we want to be. We got drain, we got acid, we got bleed, we got aether giving extra damage on top of that. Doing about as much damage I feel as you can. Got a lot of. Hopefully Heimdall's shield is enough to carry us. We took Sphinx out and put Zeus in and really went all out for damage. We're trying to hope that Heimdall can solo it with his shield for us as a defense and not need Sphinx. All right, so we're at 7 minutes right now. 10 million. That's a good increase over the other ones. And we're looking. Oh, he's dead again, huh? Crazy. Maybe we'll just make Achilles really tanky. No speed. Let's let him get pulled into attacks. I don't know. Give him a lot of HP. See how long Smash takes to pull him back up. He's got to get his ultimate. So we don't really necessarily need him as long as these guys stay alive. So maybe that is why Sphinx is better than Zeus here. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Brought him back. Okay. He's not putting a shield on him, though, so he's pretty much going to die right at his next... Fafnir's next turn here. Yeah. That's the problem. Unless... Yeah, he's going to die right here. Gonna have to bring him back again, so that's probably where Sphinx is ideal. The damage on this one was nice, though. It's fast. Yeah, I'm wondering if we even need him. Really, he's got the burns or the bleeds on, so got the bleeds on. I feel like he's done his role. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. He's got 19 bleeds. I mean, it's not 30, but he'll come back. He'll keep putting them on. We need to give him the weapon that lets him proc the bleeds. I think that's the key. Which weapon is that to proc? Okay, right, let me check something real quick. Let me look at something real quick. What is the weapon that procs debuff? Blaze. Activate Blaze. So that's one. We could absolutely go for him. No. 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 go do 120 for a couple tries. I gotta put all our divinity steel stuff back on. That's right. Sphinx is good. You can go with that. That's fine. I don't know if she needs it. Move. Boom. Okay. Zeus. Heimdall. Move. We're gonna go this one. Okay. Zeus. Heimdall. Boom. Or do we go Drac? Nope. 120. Move. Give him res. Accuracy attack. HP and all battle. Healing. Okay. Nash is good. Heimdall's good. Sphinx is good. Aphrodite's good. Let's rock 120's face. Alright. Here we go. Celebratory pawn. Here we go. Let's hit him with a whole bunch of happiness. Give us that gold, big fella. Racing the divinity meter. Trying to get the HP down in time. Doing this one without a bleed. But we could take Heimdall out and put in for for sheer number of hits. Heimdall does help with the counterattack, but I guess Achilles has a counterattack too on himself. It's just not on everyone. 400 bounty, still doesn't have his divinity though. We keep taking it back, I think. Yep, divinity decrease. Here, hitting them hard. Took it back from him again. You don't deserve your ultimate. Oh, he's getting it kind of late. Are we going to steal enough? Oh, he killed us. Okay, so we can't go Heimdall. It's not enough damage, not quick enough. Okay. Do it with Achilles, should have no problem. Every time, Zeus. You always knock yourself out there. We're getting a little coin just to finish pumping Achilles' gear up. Getting ready for a run at Fafnir here. See if we do enough damage with Achilles and bleed. that's 14. Wow, it's like 10. He's whacking for 10 bounty per hit because of the bleed. That's how it's working. Oh my word, that's crazy. Yeah, it's like hitting for 9 per, because that's how many bleeds he has on. Nice. There you go. Now we're 32,000. There you go, Achilles. Hit with some purpose. I like it. Wow. It's like 10 bounty per hit. It's like proccing each hit for all the bleeds on him, which is pretty cool. And if we can keep his ultimate from happening before we get him down to 1 HP, we could do some serious bounty on him with this team. Okay, didn't get his ult though. Still good. Everybody's decreasing his divinity. We should have enough bleeds as long as we survive 1 or 2 more onslaughts. The bleed should kick him down. 681. Oh, we took away his divinity enough to stay in the fight, and we are going to, I think, do it and really knock him down for some big bounty. Still did not get his ultimate, and we have 1%, so I think we're there. We're in the beat 'em up zone. We're not at risk of dying. If he gets his ult, he's gonna die. And now it's all gravy. It's all gravy, baby. Let's go over 1,000 to the 4-digit bounty club again. Our highest is 4,101, but this team is looking solid. Just about to get over 1,000 here. Gaining 10 every time, like for the 10 stack of bleeds, it looks like. That gave 3, but that's 9. It's going 9 a time. Wow. It's a good run. running through them. 1,200 bounty right now. Divinity Steel doesn't work my buttocks. It works just fine. You just gotta bring the Joint Attack Jumbo Package. Keeping him short of his ultimate. Just teasing him with it. You want your ultimate? Well, you can't have it. I'm gonna take all your bounty first. Just holding him right there and just boom, beating him up, taking his money, taking his lunch money. Yeah, that don't hurt, my friend, but 1371 does for you. That's a lot of bleeds, and I am excited to see the coin we get for that one. 2.35 million. I will take that to the bank. Not a bad one. All right, so we got Achilles. Bring you up. Achilles is good. Thanks. Good. Heimdall's good. 100. Aphrodite is good. Smash. Good. Let's go run this thing. All right. Starting at 1041. It is. Okay. It's like 9 bleeds pull off each time. Strip them. But what it seems like. And you can have up to 30 bleeds at a time, but you only strip 9 at a time. That's what Golden Guardian looks like it's teaching us. All the right debuffs. I'm happy with that. Achilles looks safe. We just basically can let this run for 4 hours, hopefully. 4, 5, 6 hours, get a decent. I guess we could run it into the early hours of the morning. It wouldn't be terrible. An hour and 19 minutes left. Oh, but what do we have? We have only an hour and 45 minutes left on the stream. And we'll have to jump on another stream, but we can jump back up and basically not miss too much. We're still in the fight. 5 minutes in, we're not at 5 million, so that's not a good sign. Might be a bit of a slower run without Zeus, even though we do get the counter attack or retaliate. But I think as we get 30 leads up, damage will pick up a little bit here. Well, 5 minutes, 10 million. That's the best we've done so far. If it's a half hour to do 10 million, so this is 3 times faster than our Percival diesel or freight train team. In terms of damage acclimation or accumulation. Making up my word. Bleed this. So fully maxed out, you should be able to get 30 bleeds on him. And at 1% of his HP being 3 million, that's 30,000 per bleed. Times 30 is a 900,000 damage per turn potential from bleeds. Then if you can add drain and acid and blaze in on top of that, that's just additional gravy. We are now 10:48. We started at 10:41, so 7 minutes ago. Wow, we are doing about 2 million a minute. 2 million per minute. Nice. So this is our fastest damage dealing team. We got some blaze in there. We got a lot of bleeds. 15 million in the first 7 minutes. 8 minutes. So it's about 2 million a minute right now. That's pretty much where we're averaging, which I think is very solid. 60 minutes would be 120 million. 2 hours would be 240. It's not bad. So 5 hours we could do 600 million. So that's not bad at all. If we keep this pace and we don't die, that's awesome. I think we might have a little jump up in the leaderboard. And I got to catch up with Ragey, who put in 1.4 billion. I got to get him and I were like 1-2 right next to each other. So I got to keep up with him. And he's helped me. That was awesome. He's done some great stuff in the chat here on the live stream. We shared back and forth and just worked out different team builds and tried stuff, and he's been great. So I just really want to say I appreciate you, Reggie, for being in the live stream and being in the chat and sharing all that you're not learning and with me and vice versa. It's been awesome. So as well as a few other folks, DLDS has come in, Ad Hoc Gaming has come in. We have had with Afri has come in as well. I want to thank him for coming in, asking some questions and learning some things as well. Man, we have all the buffs and he has all the debuffs. That's how that goes. Like literally, he's 2, 4, 6, 8, and we have 10 buffs each, and we're just keeping it rolling. And we are at 10 minutes now. 10 minutes, 20 million. So that is a 2 million per minute pace. If this stays 5 hours equals 600 million. So we'll see. That would be 10:41, 11:41, 12, 1, 2, 3:41 a.m. if it's true. Now let's go check Hell Hades' website and see what the current rankings look like. What is our goal? What do we want to get to? So a billion wouldn't be bad. I'm not gonna lie. A billion wouldn't be bad to do. I don't care about going for like 100 million, bajillion, billion. But let's see. If we broke 1 million, we'd be in the top 30, basically. Well, 1.1 million, we'd be in the top 30. If we got ahead of Chile, 1.2 million, that's probably the goal. We could pull in there. Now we got a ways to go. We're only at 24 million, so I'm counting a lot of things before they hatch here. But assuming this doesn't stop, as it doesn't look like it will, and it's not even putting on so many buffs that it's getting silly and gonna tweak out. It looks like it will continue to work very nicely, and it's just a matter of doing 2 million damage per minute and how long we're getting to do that. So we certainly want to come in. I would say there's a much. Where are we now? 255, number 78. So we want to be in the top 50. That's 450 million. We want to be in the top 40. That's 685 million. Top 30 is 1.1 billion, basically. 1.1 billion, top 30. Ragey, I see you at 1.5 billion. Nice at 28. So we got to catch him 1.1. We got to go 1.2 to be right behind Ragey. That would be perfect. 1.2. So that's basically 10 hours we have to run it. And that would put us at 4:40, 5:40, 6:40, 7:40, 8:40 a.m. So that we could do it. We could potentially run it all the way to 8:40 and hit 2 billion or 1.2 billion. So, Ragey, we're gonna try to come in and land a score in 29th, right behind you, and then we'll try to stop it somewhere in there, just so that we count the score and we don't just go into the end of the alpha. We are doing very consistently about 2 million per minute. We started at 10:41. We're 13 minutes in, and we're over 2 million. Over 2 million a minute right now. That's pretty awesome. Try to sneak a big billion score in the last 12 hours. Now we are going to have to cut off the stream in an hour and jump on to the final stream, but we have the time there to get this done, and it looks like it's going to be okay. It's going to work. That is our goal. 1.2 billion. Okay. Sweet. Now we really almost just need to let it run and smoke a lot of weed. And enjoy the last night of alpha testing. Okay, so we are just about to be 20 minutes in. We lost the pace a little bit in terms of 2 million per minute. We're about 3.5 million off, but we still have 2 minutes to go, so maybe we'll be there. Maybe we will get there. Let's try to close out this and see if it helps just with lag. We're about a minute out. 3 million away still from, but we could jump up almost 3 million or almost a million just with the bleeds procking. So we'll just have to see, or if we get a joint attack or anything like that. There we go. Kill beast mode. Nice. Yep. So it's not super far off of 2 million per minute. We got about 3 million to go, and it's about 3 million off. So we lost a little bit there in terms of damage, but he's going up. Remember that. So he's going up every time he uses his ult. So we're gonna hit a plateau with that eventually, and as long as we're not dying, we will just continue to keep the damage coming. So our output may fall off. We'll have to see based off if we made. We still have time though. We still have about 2 hours of leeway with our current plan, so we should be able to do at least 1.2 billion, and then find a way to just kill ourselves real basics, and let him kill us, not use our shields, and drop in a score. We are at 40 million, and it is still 11:01, so it is still 20 minutes in, so we're still on pace right there if you count it for 2 million per minute. So I'm okay with that. We're on pace still. And it fluctuates. It comes and goes as the allied joint attacks all come at different times in waves. So we pick up a lot of damage in a short period, and then there goes a period of time where we don't. We pick up some more. We have at least another hour and a half on this stream. So an hour and a half is 90 minutes. That'd be 180 million. We would just be about approaching our old score when we end this stream. So that'll be cool. That'll be right around the time we'll start the next stream, and we'll talk about how high we climb if our team is obviously still alive and still doing well. But they appear to be very much unkillable, and Achilles is just tearing up Fafnir with bleeds, and we are doing 2 million damage a minute on average, and that is going to translate to a pretty big score if we can keep it going. Using this pretty similar team, Reiji hit 1.4 billion earlier today, so we're going to try to pull in up behind him at 1.2, 1.3 billion, somewhere in there, and be in 29th place. Be cool to be in the top 30 out of 30,000, like 1% of 1%. So I'm all about that. I'll try to do that. More than that, I'm not really interested in doing hundreds of billions of jillions of, that's just too long. And I'd like to actually spend a little bit of the time in the game in the last 2 hours, hour and a half or so, just making sure I capture all of the details that I'll need for planning for the next wave, and that I go through and I capture kind of like the end reactions of everything for myself, like what I liked, what I didn't like, what was bugging, what was not. So I have an easy way to go back and just kind of look at and put in a final survey and report of bugs and stuff to Fateless. I like to do it at the end, not sort of piecemeal, because then it can seem silly, like I put something in, but I just didn't realize that somebody else, that it was already well recognized. So I was like, okay, I don't want to feel silly putting in bugs and just being told like thanks, but we already know. So at the end, I make sure I look at stuff that systematically like wasn't working well, and just give that as results, because I feel like all of the Discord chat catches out almost everything else. I just try to give overarching view of what I think the game did well, what I think it failed at, and implications. It was the failed massive fails. Were they, game breaking fails, or were they just aesthetic and nice to have, and it's, no big deal. So I'll give you some of that wrap up at the end. So I do want to have a little bit of time, like an hour and a half, 2 hours left in the game before it ends. So I'll be trying to only do about 1.2 billion. Just pull up right there, go to basics, basics, basics on my manualing it, and try to die, so that we can just clock that as a score and be done. I'd love to be over a billion. That would be awesome. We were trying to get over 100 million in wave one, but this one we did that in our first run. And so that was a nice improvement. And then we did 255 million, which at that time was 12th. We thought we were some special. No, we didn't. But I was just happy with that run. And those were the first two I put in, first two attempts. And so I made like a few updates and upgrades from the first run to the second run, and I more than doubled it. Heimdall actually soloed for about 125 million. Crazy cat. But yep, so we are at 50 million, and we are at 27 minutes. So we're just shy. Oh, we are over 50 million per 30 minutes. That's huge. Man, if this thing is not gonna, we are not gonna die. I think we are going for 1.2. Ragey, we're coming. We're coming to tag you. Him and I, what good work we've been doing. Crazy stuff. Just two guys in a chat making it happen, being like on the cutting edge. It's awesome. It was a lot of fun. I'm really grateful for the folks that stopped in and talked with me. I mean, I was fine doing it by myself too, because I record it all and then I can go back and watch my video and learn from it. So it's like my game tape. I can analyze it and say, hey, how come I couldn't get by that? What is it that's specifically stopping me? And really slow it down and learn and figure it out and break it down, so I can hopefully share with you guys, a more optimized way to get through it. And there's some great content creators like Odd One's doing that too, and he's always looking to show you how to get through stuff. So there's a bunch of us that do it, but there will be a lot of different areas of the game when we get into the full global launch. And what I've seen from like Raid is not every content creator is good at all areas of a game. They usually have their specialties in the areas they like the best, and then maybe don't really engage so much with other areas. So that's what I've seen. So we'll see what I happen to be best at, and give that advice, and hopefully it's meaningful and people will watch and tune in. And if not, then well, it is what it is. I'm having fun. So and I try to put out the most value I can. If you see here, this is not a clickbait. This is a team that's working and doing a 2 million per minute rate, which is phenomenal for having a 6 hour, 5 hour to 10 hour, a 10 hour run being over a billion. And so we could do that overnight here tonight, and that would be a nice way to finish off the alpha, is with a little billion plus run on Fafnir. Okay, so we are 2 minutes away from the 30-minute mark. Looks like we're going to do about 55 million or so in the first 30 minutes. That's incredible. If we can keep that up, because Fafnir is probably not got all 20 of his ults yet, but if we could keep up 55 million per half hour, that is very strong. 110, 220 in 4 hours. And so that's 440 in 8 hours. Um, that's not bad. Or am I doing that wrong? 55 per half hour is 110 per hour. That's right. 110 per hour. 4 hours would be 440. 8 hours would be 880. So that 10 hours is what you need to get over the billion. And we have it with a couple hours to spare. So that's what I'm shooting for here. We started it with enough time. Now we will have to switch over the stream in about an hour and 20 minutes, but we'll do that, and the next one will be a really exciting push for a billion. In fact, we can do a little bit of quick work for that. Hour and 20 minutes from now will be 11:30, 12:30. So 11 hours. Okay, so we got that. That's fine enough. Okay. So far, so good. And we are 11:14, so that is 41. We're looking for, we were at 55. in 30 minutes. Huge. Now at the 1 hour mark will be 11:41. That's just, we're a little bit over a half hour. Okay. So now 11:15. Let's take the pups out to the potty. Love you, babies. We're gonna go out. Go team, go. I hope I come back and see you over 100 million. I don't think I'll be gone that long. 73 million. There we go. Can't hate that. $11.23. And over 100 million in the first hour will be very nice. That means we are doing well. 110 million in the first hour would be perfect. That would mean 55 million an hour, a half hour. That is very doable. 2-3 hours, we're up over our other score and at least improving our standing from like 78th right now. We were in 12th and we dropped to 78th over the course of a couple days as the meta got around and everybody figured out what they needed and built the teams. A lot of people were able to get over $1 billion. So we're hoping to get into that pretty elite kind of top 30, which is people over $1 billion damage. I think it'll be doable with this team. Now we are only about 1/10 of the way here as we get to 100 million, but that's a pretty important milestone to get through that first 100 million safely, and you'll see if the mechanics are working the way that you're expecting them to. And I am not using my overlay just to kind of keep the amount of data that it requires down, so it's just focused on the game here, and I don't get any lag or freezing or anything like that. I'm trying to just focus. If you can see, I've minimized the UI too to try to help maybe with minimizing the memory and the data requirements. We're at 75 million and I'm pretty happy with this. Pretty happy with this run here. I think we have all the components in place to go over $1 billion. In the words of, what is his name, Hannibal, or whatever, from the A-Team, I love it when a plan comes together. That's what this feels like it is. You know, building your account is kind of the strategic plan of how you're going to attack this fight. You know, who you're going to have ready for it, who's going to be maxed out, what gear you have to use. All of it is kind of like you're going through the journey to get there, and you're like looking for what's going to be important. All right, we are on fire, rocking and rolling. We are 15 minutes away from the first hour with this team, and you can see we're gonna be, I believe, over 100 million in the first hour. We'll see, because Fafnir has gotten his ultimate a few more times, so maybe it slows down and maybe we only get to 100 million instead of 110, which we did 55 at the halfway point, 30 minutes. So maybe we do 105 or somewhere in there, just a bit reduced because he's had his ultimate here once or twice and his HP and defense are going up. That would be understandable. Actually, though, I wonder if every time he gets his ultimate, if his HP's going up, then the bleeds are hitting for more because he's not at 3 million health anymore. HP, he's gone up. I wonder how much it goes up. Huh. So our bleeds just become more effective as long as we're unkillable as he gets stronger. But we want to let him have his ultimate as much as possible, which is why we've taken his turn meter a little bit, so we have a lot of turns in between him and us, and that gives us plenty of coverage, safety, and lots of bleeds. And especially with our joint attacks, we're like easily stacking 30 all the time, and we're really buffed up. 77 million. Very nice. Very nice. 11:28. We got 13 minutes left in the first hour. Like I said, I'm not going to get excited until it passes 255 and we're putting up an actually new score. Then I can be excited. Then I'll be excited as to how far it goes and if we get all the way to 1.2 billion and and whatnot. We won't be able to go too much farther because we're going to run out of time. But, 10 hours times, 100 million an hour is a billion. So that's what we're looking at. Now, we don't have 14 hours left, so that's about, where we want to get is 1.2, and then we'll switch to manual, basic until we can die, and don't have the shield up, and then we'll record the score. So that's how we'll pull up and become killable. So this team has an air brake built in. Or an emergency brake. Oy. I will say it feels like the damage has slowed down a little bit, but maybe I'm just imagining things. Maybe not. Oh, there we go. We went up to 80. That's what it is. All the bleeds finally procced. He got his turn. So that now we jumped up to 80. Like 3 million damage right there. It looked like almost everything. So that's good. Yeah, we're solid still. Achilles is building up his attack. Close. Wow, 45,000 hit. So he's building his attack. Every time he uses his ultimate, while he's under bleed, he's getting closer to 50 times his attack. So 5,000, that's going to put him at 7,500 attack. Oh, nice. Keep hitting us. That's what we want. I want you to keep hitting us. You're going, getting a lot of bleeds when you hit us. Nice. We jumped up pretty fast there. So now we have 10 minutes to go. And we're looking to get the last 17. So 10 minutes at 2 million. It should be 20 million. We should be at about 103 to 105, like we were thinking. Looks like we'll do somewhere between 50 and 55 million in the second half. So we lost a little bit, but we gained a little bit maybe. I'm not sure. We'll have to figure that out as we go back and review the tape after and see how much his at every ult, how much damage was reduced. Because his defense is going up, so he's reducing our damage. But if his HP is going up, then we're procking bleeds off the HP, and we're gonna be doing more damage that way. But maybe it's not enough to offset the increase in the defense. Maybe the defense is still just stronger, so he takes less damage. We'll see. We'll have to look at the numbers and really analyze it. But we're still doing damage. We're at 84 million roughly, and we have 9 minutes to go in the first hour. That's not a bad. 100 million an hour is not bad. I think we can get into a very respectable position on the leaderboard with that kind of a pace. And that is our this is our third team, our speed run team. And before we tried our diesel engine debuffer team, which had Shinigami instead of Achilles. And then before that, we tried our freight train team, which was Percival, which is a very slow starting team. But if you have days and days and days to put towards it, it will be unstoppable. That's the three teams that we were trying out here at the final sort of end game status with fully awakened, fully ascended, fully scrolled up, tomed up, fully everything, and 16 gear, pretty much, top 95% gear stat thresholds and what does it do? You know, which ones are the best? So we tested Percival for his res multiplier. We tested, which honestly is the highest damage potential if you have the most time, but it is a slow freight train. It takes a long time to build up, and but once it does, oh my word, it's bananas. It's just his damage output numbers are insane potential. So if you have 2 weeks to put towards it, he is the way to go. But if you don't, then you've got Shinigami. That's his sort of diesel engine debuffer. It was doing 15 million in a half hour, where Percival was doing 10 million every half hour. Therefore, about 17 to 20 million per hour, which is pretty slow. You need to be doing 50 million plus per hour to be on pace to do a billion in a reasonable amount of time, under 12 hours. And that's a lot of time in a 10-day testing period to commit. That's a half a day committed just to one fight that gives you no resources and doesn't spend any of your energy towards converting to other commodities. So it really can hamper how far you go in the other parts of the alpha if you spend a little bit too much time on a fight. So you want it to be as fast as it can be, and you really want to be able to do it just once or twice, put in a massive score that's going to stand, and then not have to focus on it again and be able to focus on 2-star challenges to max out the multiplier between those two. That's the way you'd ideally want to do it. Achilles or Drac is the go-to, but for me, Drac wasn't working. His bleeds were not doing any damage, and he was not doing damage when he hit, which was weird. Some kind of a bug or a glitch with him, so we had to try out these three. That was what prompted this. And I'd used Achilles before, and he'd worked well, but so I knew he probably would. But I also really wanted to try Shinigami and Percival, um, because they had some interesting components to their kits. All right. Well, I am quite happy with this pace. We got 6 minutes till the 1 hour mark. We should make it. I mean, it's definitely slowed down a little. You can tell the defense is going up each time here. Maybe we'll only make it to 100 million. I don't know. It's definitely slowing down um, in terms of our damage output. Yep. But it does all come in waves. So once he gets his turn, we usually kind of pour on 3 to 4 to 5 million all like in a bit. So it kind of jumps up in spurts. So at any one time, it can look kind of low, and then it jumps back up, and the average works out. See, like boom, we jumped to 90 because 2 million worth of damage just procced, which tells me that if his HP is 3 million when he starts, and that procs 900,000 for 30 bleeds, then that tells me that he is almost 3 times, maybe 2.5 times that now. So every time he gets his ultimate, it multiplies it by 2. I don't know. That'd be kind of crazy. 20xing it would be crazy, but perhaps that's what it does. Now, if it 20x's his HP, though, and we're procking the bleeds off that, I feel like it's going to cancel out with the defense increase, but maybe I'm not calculating it properly in my head after 10 days of no sleep. But we're doing well. 93, where are we at? We've got 4 minutes to go. It definitely looks like we'll make it to 100 million in an hour, and that's fine. That's a good pace. If we can do 100 million an hour, we are on a good pace for me, because that's 2 million a minute. And that is the pace I think you really want to be shooting for. Now, maybe there's a faster pace with Zeus built, just right. But Zeus for me has just been too glassy. He dies too easy. So without Heimdall, like maybe you replace Sphinx with Zeus here and let Heimdall provide all the defense. But I found Zeus or Heimdall and Sphinx are the reason I don't worry about defense. With just Heimdall, I was losing Achilles. So it wasn't either speed tuned just right, or he doesn't put up enough shield to cover. So you need Sphinx too. Man, this is good. We are rocking 95 million. What are we at? 11:30. 3 minutes to go. See if we can get the last 5 million in 3 minutes. That would be 2 million per minute. Would be 6. So we'd be over 100 million. Let's grab a screenshot at 100 just to capture the progress. Oop. Oops, sorry about that. 95. Okay. 2 minutes to go. He takes his turn. 1.3 million there. Procced on him. Well, maybe we don't have all 30 leads. Oof. Hitting. Oh, he's hit. That's increasing his attack by 1% every time he does it. Radiance. That'll. All right. We are at 1 minute away. So, yeah, he's 96. Yeah, he's going to go. We'll hit for. What do we hit for? Doesn't look like we hit for what we should have. But we got another minute or two to be at the hour completely. It looks like 100 million will be pretty much where we're at. Still got a minute and a half, probably, or a minute and change to go. Where if he gets another turn, we can easily proc 1.5 million and put him at almost 98, 99 million. If we let it run all the way to the end until it turns to 11:42 and we're officially a minute into the next hour, that'll give it a full. We're at 97. So definitely you can see that the damaging or the defense increasing is slowing down our damage output. Whoa. 97. Okay, he takes a turn. 8. Yeah, 1.4 goes off right there. Let's see, 11:41. We're not quite at 11:42. Do we make it to 100 million in the first hour? We certainly are very close. Yeah, we just missed it, but we'll wait until like a minute or two over 100 million, or a minute or two over an hour. We'll be at 100 million. So we slowed down a little, but we're still at about a 2 million per minute pace. There you go. When he goes, that should proc. Nice. Okay. Oh, let's save that. Fafnir, 100 million. Okay. Yeah, we will replace it. Okay. How many 5-hour energy drinks does it take to make it through the outro? 3, I think. We're at 108. 6 minutes into the next hour. We're now doing closer to 1,000,000 a minute. So it is slowing down. Which I understand, but I also don't understand because I think its HP is going up. All right, so we're 10 minutes into the next hour, and we're still over a minute, a million a minute. So that's solid. If we stay over a million a minute at this point, that means each hour we're going to be doing 60 million. So this next hour we would get to 160 million. Then we would third hour would get to 220 million or 210 million maybe. It keeps getting harder. But what's interesting is his HP is going up, his attack is going up, and his defense is going up. So I'm noticing the bleeds are proccing for more damage, and they are a 1% of his HP. Now, at the start, you notice when we first killed his experience, his HP, he had 3 million. We had to do 3 million damage to wipe out his HP bar. So he started with an HP of 3 million. Even though he's got infinite HP, they needed to give him an HP amount in order for things like bleed, which proc off a percentage of HP, needs a number to proc off of as 1%. So at that level, at 3 million, then each bleed at 1% is 30,000. And times you can have 30 bleeds, 310 stacks of bleeds on him, as the most I've seen on him. It seems like it's capped at 30. So that's 30% of his 3 million or 900,000 damage every turn that those 30 bleeds proc. But now I'm noticing that when his bleeds proc with 30, he's having 1.5 or more damage, and that must be because his HP is going up. And so the 1% is procking for a higher amount. But he also is having an increased defense, so we're doing slightly less damage. So in the first 100 million, we did it 2 million per hour. Now we're slowing down to a little over 1 million per minute, not per hour. Sorry, 2 million per minute. Now we're at closer to a 1.3 million per minute um, rate, and I expect it to kind of continue to go down as he gets through his 20 ults, and then he'll hit a plateau at that point, and then we'll know what our rate is at that point and how long we got to go to get to the point we want to. It's not going to be straight line. It's going to be diminishing returns. So hopefully, but also our Achilles is building up to 50% increase in his attack. So he's going to be doing some increased damage, which will help offset. And we're really not losing anything because we've got 30 bleeds on him. And as his HP goes up, like I said, we're making more damage go per bleed. So we'll see. It would be great to find something that ignored defense. That would be huge because all we really need to do is ignore his defense to do massive, massive amounts of damage as his HP ramps up, just using it against him. So that's something we'll be looking for is ignore defense mechanic or weapon or something, maybe not in this alpha, but maybe in the full game. That would be huge for us to find. Ignore defense. We are doing it. All right, 120. We are 13 minutes into this hour, so we are definitely we're like closer to 1.5 million per minute right now, I guess. So we're kind of picking back up again. And it is a little bit of an ebb and flow. Like as we have our joint attacks go all together, they pour on a bunch of damage. And so that's huge. How much time do we have left in this one? Okay, we have about 35 minutes left in this stream, and then we will be closing this stream down and going to a follow-on stream for the last 12 hours and capturing the remainder of this push to 1 billion. Honestly, it's a push to about 1.2 billion so that we can pull up next behind Reiji and be buddies, be Fafnir buddies, because we've been working on Fafnir and Golden Guardian team comps most this past week and have done some great stuff. And now this is the fruit of that labor. So awesome teamwork by our community members and really grateful for them. It was a fun experience because of them. I will say that's something I really enjoy a lot. 124. Not bad. We're 14 minutes in. But we're not. 128 would be, actually we got to about 103. So we're at 22 million this hour, I think. Or no, we were a little below We were at like 98 million when we hit the hour. So so we're still at 2 million. We're still at 2 million actually, maybe. Okay. So maybe it is offsetting that as the HP goes up, the defense goes up, and they just stays straight line, stays to be the same. That's why bleed is ideal. That would make sense. We are doing okay. 27 million right now. Yeah, this is okay. We're 15 minutes in, and we're almost back to a 2 million per minute pace. I thought we'd keep dropping off, but somehow we're surging back again. The surge, the push to 1 billion. The push to 1 billion. Sorry about that. Hit the mute button by accident. All right, I am quite happy with what we're seeing here. That was not good. Not good sounding. $132. 16 minutes in. That is a 2 million per minute pace. Okay, all right. Pumped. I'm pumped. Pumped so much I can't breathe. Hey, so far everything is working according to plan. That hasn't happened once, except for the first like 2 run throughs. That was just like sheer beginner's luck, like give it a shot and see what happens. And of course, there was like a glitch that I didn't know about. I wasn't trying to exploit or anything, but just used my team. And there was a glitch, and I managed to get to 255 million. So that was like more than I think the team was really able to do. I don't feel like I did that 255 million really. I just feel like Heimdall was broken. So this is sort of validation that, like, look, I built the team. We're gonna do it straight up. We're not cheesing nothing. This is kind of it's an unkillable comp, right? And you wouldn't call an unkillable team for raid, the wrong way to go. I mean, why wouldn't you try to do that if you could? So same here. You want to get as unkillable as possible, or as much defense to offset and divert damage and reflect it back, and all the different mechanics you have at your disposal. You want to use as much of it as you can. So this is a complex strategy that involves a ton of different mechanics and different aspects of stats and features of the game that are new and unique. So it's exciting. We have had some fun in our cluster, at least, just troubleshooting and getting everyone in the cluster over the levels they got stuck at, and then as well as being in the Faithless Discord, helping folks get over the levels they're stuck at. I didn't even see the channel. I think it was hidden for me, so I managed to unlock it, but then I hadn't seen the channel where you could be stuck, like stuck level channel or whatever. And I was like, oh, cool. I went in there and I was helping people with different levels, and I like doing that. That's a lot of fun for me to help somebody get past something that's frustrating them. I know how much that frustrates me to, be stuck on those levels and feel hopeless and feel like I don't understand what's going on. So I love being able to help somebody in that case, get past it and feel like they have a good understanding of it, so that they didn't just get by it, but they know how to beat it again and again and again, or to build other teams to beat it, or what mechanics they need, really understand the fight, not just get by it. So something I enjoy, and that's why I think being a content creator is cool for me, is because that's something I like doing, is just figuring something out and then helping other folks, figure out for themselves how to do it too. So we are at 135 million, and it is midnight. We have 30 minutes left on this stream. I'm excited. In 30 minutes, we should do another 50 million. So we would be at 185 million. Wait. As we start the second stream. Don't cross the streams, they say in Ghostbusters. We will not cross the streams. We'll start one, we'll end one, and start one after that, and get everybody back in.
I hope we see Reiji so he can watch us come in behind him and finish just behind him. I want to give him the lead because he came with the strategy and we worked on it, but it was his. He brought it to me. And I'm just super grateful that he was in the chat with me and in the live stream. So I'm going to pull up behind him if I can get that high, not to assume that I'm going to just be there, but it looks pretty good right now. We're looking very good at 2 million damage per minute and no sign of dying. So it's just a matter of how long we run this for. We've got the time to get to 1.2 billion, which is where we want to get to. And so if all goes well, then Reiji, we're going to pull up right behind you and we'll be in the top 30 together. That'd be fun. That'd be cool. Here we are. 30 minutes left to go in this live stream. And then we'll be into the last 12-hour live stream of this alpha wave, second wave. We're at 140 million. Now, just to give you a reference point, let's see. Where is 140 million on the leaderboard? There's your OG in 78 at 255. 140 would not be in the top 100. You have to be over 200 million to get in the top 100. So that's good to know. But we're at 140 right now. So once we get over 200 million, then we'll be in the top 100 scores. But we didn't expect to be celebrating anything, like I said, till we got to 255. That is, then we can say, okay, we're putting in a new score. We're actually putting in something we can get excited about until we hit 255. If we die anywhere between here and 255, this was all just a waste of time. And so that's why I don't get excited until we pass our old score, because I've had a number of times where things glitched on auto here, and Heimdall did not use his ultimate, and they didn't have a shield, and they all died. So I think the auto here has been running clean enough, and having A5 on Heimdall was everything. Of course, like, we couldn't get the last copy of him, and then when we did, we wound up getting like 5 of them. We could have built a whole nother one of him. Too bad you can't run with 2 of the same heroes. Imagine Heimdall. Oh my word. What's kind of twisted though is if you can't put 2 of the same hero in your team, then how can the enemy team have it? You know, you have Isis, like Horus. You know, like, how is that possible if you're not letting us do that? So just something I would say, I didn't like that idea. I get it, they needed to do it to like create the right challenges, but I think you could have created the right challenges with not breaking the rules you have for us. Like, if we can't use more than one of the same ones, then you shouldn't be able to. And then I would have just adjusted the awakenings, which you did, but I would have adjusted like, we put a weapon with this imprint on. And that would have been a much more difficult thing to figure out and to counter. Oh, wow, this is because he has dagonets, you know, and he's coming in and counter or join attacking, and that's a 15% chance, you know, like something like that, or the healing, or why do they have barrier, or so I would have put weapons with imprints from heroes on the enemy rather than, you know, double them up. I just feel like 2 Isises was like cheating, to be honest with you. If I can't put 2 Isises in my team, why can you put 2 Isises in your team? It's very basic and simple, but it doesn't feel fair. You know, it's like, hey, you're breaking the rules just because you make them. You know, that's the key, is if you make the rules to have the rules be sacred and nobody breaks them. Nobody is above the rules. Everybody adheres to the rules, and that's how you get a community that works well and that is functions, you know, without discord and craziness and chaos. Is that, you know, everybody agrees to the rules of how we operate, and that's that. And you can't break those, not even, and most importantly, not the game developers, because you have all the power and all the potential to break them. And so because you do, and because you can, you shouldn't. And that's the key to honoring them, is that respects the community who has no power other than not coming back to your game. That's the only power they really have, which is the ultimate veto power. But they just want you to put out a good game. So you just kind of want to do that, and then they'll stay. There's no reason they don't want to leave other than if you make it abusive enough to where they feel like they need to leave for their own sake. So I think there's some pieces that need to be ironed out there for sure, but um, overall, this was a cleaner wave than the last one. There's still a lot of bugs that I think they're not going to have fixed by wave 3, and that's going to be really uh, not a good thing, I think, for the competition. I think people are going to, there's going to be a good number of people that are upset. Like, one way or another, they're going to be upset based on because of the competition. And it's almost like it's fun to do, but is it worth it? Is it worth turning off 10 or 20% of your gamer base to like please another 10%? You know, I don't know. So um it's just it doesn't feel like they've got a safe environment with the rules that are not unbendable, and that they you understand and trust this is how it works. I just don't feel like they're there. Maybe they'll get there by wave 3, but we haven't seen a clean wave yet, so it's very hard to just assume that they're gonna have it clean for wave 3 the whole time because it hasn't happened yet. And even when they fix things, and that's awesome that they set out to fix one thing and they fix it, that's a great sign. But they have broken other things as a result. So it has not been a clean, oh, we fixed it, it's fully fixed, everything's working fine. It's kind of like we fixed it, oh, we broke something else. We fixed it, oh, that broke something more. Oh, we're like chasing down the rabbit hole of like all the different interconnections that it ties to and fixing them all along the way. And that's more realistic than just, oh, something broke, we fixed it, it's all fixed now. It's more like it opens a Pandora's box, no pun intended, of, oh my word, that connects to this, that connects to that, and there can be easily a lot more to a change. And so those rabbit holes can eat up time. And hopefully they've got everything figured out. And maybe that's, maybe I'm more worried than they are, but it just seems like without a fair environment, I mean, heck, the leaderboards still didn't work in this wave. And like, even though they're now seeming to be working, like it didn't update and pull in everybody's info. It just will, I guess, going forward. But that there's a lot of trust we're gonna have to have, and it doesn't feel like the leaderboards have ever reflected fairly who's doing what. The people in the folks in the Discord know who was the first people up the cavern, and people in the Discord know who has the most 2-star challenges done, because those are the folks helping people in figuring out how to do the 2-star challenges and showing how they did it and stuff like that, and showing, look, I have 285 challenges done, look, you can see all the stars. But yeah, it's not showing up on the leaderboard, and that's been something that's just plagued this these two waves. And without the leaderboard, without that competition of like, who am I competing against, who are we racing against, up the thing, it just really makes it very isolating game experience without that. So I hope they can get that in place and really like have it be trustworthy. Like, when you look at the leaderboards, you know that within a few minutes it's been, it's updated. I don't even care. Within 15 minutes it's been updated. You know what I mean? That's fine. It doesn't have to be to the minute, but like that it's accurate, that it actually includes everyone, and that you're not having people in Discord dropping in screenshots of something that clearly contradicts the leaderboard times more than just one person, times 5, 10, 15 people. Like, look, I'm over 1 billion. Why am I not on the leaderboard? So I know that they're saying they fixed that, and it seems like maybe they did, but they've fixed it and fixed things, and usually it's created something more, and we haven't gotten to it until we got to the next wave. And the next wave, we just don't really have that same leniency as we have in the first 2 waves, which were just for fun and just for testing. You've made the third one a competition where maybe it should have just been the same, just for fun, just for testing, to help get us ready. And then the pre-launch is all serious, and you do a competition or something to get people excited for the full launch. I'd be cool with that, because that gives you plenty of time to, and maybe you're using the full stable build for the actual game versus alpha. But this is just seeming like it's just not going to be fair, and that's more of a turnoff to a lot of people. A game that feels like it's cheating you is worse than not playing a game. In a lot of instances, there's people just feed on that negativity and run with it. And it creates a number of headaches for everybody. You're chasing around all these problems, trying to fix stuff, and it keeps you distracted from what you all might want to be doing and focused on. It's like you're constantly putting out fires. So I wonder if it's worth the squeeze. Just my thoughts, and I've mentioned it before. But we are at 150 million. We have 20 minutes left in the stream and 12:11. So that is 30 minutes. We're an hour and 30 minutes and at 150. So we're right on pace with 2 million per minute. And that is awesome. And he's doing more, but we're doing more. It's crazy. This is a great team, great strategy. And the bleeds are really the way to go. I tried max H damage, max like HP damage. I with Shinigami. I tried res with Percival. And Drac wasn't working, of course. Otherwise, Drac's pretty much like the best because he also puts mend and clears debuffs off you and stuff like that. But as you can see, the debuffs really aren't much of a big deal for us. So, yeah. But we are at 152. About 30 minutes in. We're a little over 2 million a minute. And I am going to go use the restroom while I have about 20 minutes before the stream ends. It's not going to take me 20 minutes, but I want to do it before I have to change over the stream and all of that. So I will be right back.
bucket. No, that's not a good sign. Don't worry, I don't think Daddy will kick the bucket today. All right. 160. 13 minutes left in the stream. Bigfoot babies. Enjoy, okay? So in 9 minutes, we'll have to cut the stream off, and then we will pick it back up, cover the last 11 or so hours till it ends. So as soon as we hit 9-minute mark here, a few seconds to spare, we'll end this, and we'll pop up another one, and get that ready to go, so that we only miss maybe a few minutes, 5-10 minutes of it in between. There shouldn't be too much more of just this crushing away. That's the other thing is he has vulnerable on himself too. That's gonna give us a bunch more damage. When debuffs, when oh, that could be why the bleeds are proccing for more. Could be the vulnerable. Huh. Okay. So that's interesting. I wonder though if his HP is going up and we're not getting a different amount of HP that the 1% is proccing off of. Interesting. Interesting. Note to self. 6 minutes to go. Stream, second to last stream. We're still just hanging tight until we reach 255 million. It's not even a new score. It's just wasted time until we get to 255. But so far, so good. And we're about 5 minutes away from cutting off this live